Once upon a time, there lived a man who lived on a planet called Planet Music. And on this planet, there were many nations, and each nation had a king, a president. And these leaders had absolute power over their people. Through rhythm, they controlled the minds of many. Through soul, they controlled the force of the universe. One such nation was the nation of R&B, and its king wore diamonds and gold and drove around in big, beautiful cars. And he owned restaurants and clothing lines. And he built a castle on the island of Long, and it too was paved with diamonds and gold and rubies. But he led his people astray. He was not a good leader. He was not a good president. If house is a nation, I want to be president. If house is a nation, I want to be president. If house is a nation, I want to be president. President. He said, if you vote for me, I promise to deliver you even more bass, even more soul, longer hours on the dance floor. DJs who believe as we believe. If you vote for me, I will take you to the mountaintop, and there the whole world will see the glorious light of this nation. That is house. You see, people, house is more than a nation. House is a feeling. House is a sanctuary. House is a release. House will pick you up when you feel down. House will make you strong when you feel weak. House will fill you up when you feel hungry. He said, if you vote for me, I can make the sun rise take a little bit longer. I can make the dance floors just a little bit stronger. So y'all can stomp y'all's feet all night long. Clap y'all hands all night long. If house is a nation, I want to be president. If house is a nation, I want to be president. I will take you to the mountaintop, and there the whole world will see the glorious light of this nation. That is house. I will take you to the mountaintop, and there the whole world will see the glorious light of this nation. That is house. I will take you to the mountaintop, and there the whole world will see the glorious light of this nation. That is house. You see, people, house is more than a nation. House is a feeling. House is a sanctuary. House is a release. House will pick you up when you feel down. House will make you strong when you feel weak. House will fill you up when you feel hungry. He said, if you vote for me, I can make the sun rise take a little bit longer. I can make the dance floors
Did you know that love is all around you?
There we go. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades. What's happening? What's up? What's going on? How are y'all doing? How y'all doing? Y'all ready for some Dota? Ready for some hype? Ready for finals day? Because that's what we're here for. The very last day of the I-League Season 2. It is going to be hype. It's going to be exciting. 3 teams remain. Team Asta already sitting themselves in the grand finals. The other 2 bringing up the rear are Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. This is the lower bracket final, so one of these 2 teams goes home. The other gets to continue into the grand finals, find a way to take down the very well-performing juggernauts of Team Asta and somehow come away with an I-League victory. One of these 2 squads can do it. The other, unfortunately, is not just going home. It's also one of the last official matches you'll play before TI. Matters a lot that you put your best foot forward as soon as you can. So let's see what they got. IG, Vici, best of 3 with your boy Snare. Let's do it. IG playing on the Radiant side. We've got Vici on the Dire. And Nyx Assassin first pick with Kaka on your team. What a twist. What a surprise. What a shock. Who would have ever seen that one coming? So the Nyx is out for Kaka. IG do this all the time, not just because Kaka and Nyx is amazing. It gives them some amazing vision control throughout the map, but also it helps you to cover in the event that the opponent wants to get heroes like Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain. You already have the hero that can help you a lot in dealing with those kind of mobile mid heroes. Vici Gaming, they respond by going back for the Lion. This is interesting because PYW played Lion twice yesterday to very good effect. So not surprising to see them go for his hero here. And then we see for Vici, Tidehunter. I've been speaking a lot about whenever teams play against IG, they try to prioritize taking Tidehunter or banning it, knowing full well that JT, this is one of his preferred offlane heroes right now. Probably the one he's performed the best on of late. So it does make sense that they make the decision to get this hero as early as humanly possible. Ursa, of course, immediately comes up from IG. You can't get Monkey King against Tide? Cool. Bring us the bear. Yesterday we saw as well, there was a game where there was a Tidehunter and a Phoenix on the same team. And Ursa's presence in that game completely ruined the Tidehunter. And they had to move Tidehunter to a 5 position and the Phoenix 4. In that game, I think they also did go for the opening pick of a 4 position into their Tidehunter. So this might still be the support duo for PYW and DY if Vici feel like the matchup against Ursa is so bad that it's not worthwhile putting it in the lane. Vici though still has some time, some options to think about how to protect the big watermelon. IG, what have they taken out here? So we will not have Omni, no Disruptor, no TA. Yo, ban Ori TA. Jeez, wow. Yeah, definitely ban Ori TA. Certainly a decision you want to be making for yourself. On the other side of things though, here's where things start to get interesting for the side of Vici Gaming, right? They're assuming that they need to ban all the heroes, of course, so Abaddons, Wisps, Elder Titans. But the interesting thing is them thinking through exactly which are the bans that they need in order to make sure that Oli is not just playing a hero that's subpar, but it's a hero that's not enabling his team. Generally speaking, whenever I see IG do well, it's when Oli is playing something that makes one of their carry heroes or one of the cores a lot stronger, a lot more effective. Like I mentioned, Abaddon, Io, Elder Titan, heroes like that. Ogre sometimes. He started playing a lot of Ogre like last week. Omni Knight. These kind of heroes that just buttress whatever Emo or Fly want to do. Also see them banning away this Bloodseeker because they want to go Pango. So, yeah. This is hilarious. This is actually pretty funny. Oh, lol. Vici, you kind of have to, right? You every single time. If you're going to pick Pangolier, you have to make sure Bloodseeker is taken care of. This has been done in various ways throughout the course of the I-League. It's been done at times by banning out the Bloodseeker, as you see now. Other times it's been required to first to the Bloodseeker with Pango to make sure that you have the hard counter. Because if you just get Bloodseeker, then the enemy probably bans Pango, assuming you're going to try and get both. And of course, in this game, Vici Gaming have the flex option, right? They can decide to rather roll the Pangolier on their off lane, have the Tidehunter play the 4, or even the 5 actually this game. I prefer 5 Tidehunter to 5 Lion. That way you don't have as bad of a matchup for the Pangolier, and you still get to keep the incredible team fight for Tidehunter, and you get more team fight with the Pangolier as well. Makes life a lot easier for you to play around these team fights. IG. Void Spirit's going to follow up on this Grimstroke. Listen. You see a Grimstroke, you're like, oh, do they want some combination with the Soul Bind? No. It's Emo. You pick him Void Spirit. That's what you do. If Emo's in your game, you ask him, hey man, is this a good Void Spirit game? If he says yes, hell, no. Even if he says no, you ask him, are we going to lose the game? If he says no, then you pick Void Spirit. Emo, Void, actually Emo on Void or Ember Spirit is just, yeah, it's something else. If any of y'all missed out on yesterday's matchup, the elimination game between IG and Elephant, yeah, go check that out. You definitely want to see that. Game 3, I believe, where Somnus was playing the Void Spirit and then Emo was playing Ember Spirit. My god, it was an incredible game. Vici respond to the Void Spirit by going for a little bit of a classic, the Ori Shadow Fiend. So there you have these big anchor type AoE spells, Ravage, Requiem of Souls, all of that being buttressed by a Rolling Thunder going in and out of the engagement. Vici Gaming's team fight is really, really scary. At the same time, IG's pick-off potential is absurd. Can put Inkswell onto this Ursa or the Void Spirit. They close the gap really, really quickly. Hell, you don't even know that there's the next assassin nearby you who has Inkswell. He's the one that's stunning you, setting up with the Impale stun, and then afterwards Void Spirit Ursa crash in on you and destroy you. They have quick burst, quick kills on IG. Vici Gaming, much better team fight. So it does seem to suggest that they are going to have different points of strength in the game. Does mean that Vici are going to have to be a little bit more circumspect about when they make their big movements on the map, so that they're not wasting any of these ultimates. Ideally, you don't have to use all of them in a single engagement, but you need to make sure that all of them are at the very least either used for a better fight or available at the time to take a new engagement. IG. Let's see, what are we getting at the end of the draft here? We still need carry hero for our young Poyoyo on the side of Vici Gaming. Fly, of course, is playing that Ursa, so we need a hero for JT. His Night Stalker is still in the game, and we do see that hero at times being favored against these Pangoliers. You know, can't really go Rolling Thunder if there's Crippling Fear. I wonder if Vici Gaming will decide to ban that out. Also, they might be leading in towards some kind of illusion hero for themselves, having banned out this Darkseer, second to last at the end of the phase. Illusion hero is not really the best right now in the meta. We don't see them all that often for a very good reason. What else has Poyoyo been playing? He's been playing his Luna. We played Faceless Void yesterday. That was hilarious. That game was fun. I doubt we're gonna see it come up again though. Highly, highly doubt it. They're like, nah, it's cool, man. Although it actually would make more sense this game than it did in the game they ended up picking it in. But they're still gonna be like, nah. That being said, they still could play PL. As much as illusion heroes aren't that great, PL is good for this game. Good against the Ursa. Would be decent enough versus this Void Spirit. Grimstroke, I mean, you have Stroke of Fate. That's kind of nice, but not necessarily the support hero you think about when you consider dealing with a PL. Troll, of course, was banned out. So was the Drow Ranger. They want to avoid the massive counter matchup or the massive kite matchup. Being kited on this hero just sucks. It's the worst thing ever. Of course, that also means Terrorblade is still in the pool. And with Doxia being banned, Terrorblade is one of the more likely ones. But it does seem and feel like it might be an illusion hero for Poyoyo. He's not going to play like Weaver, right, in this game. TA is banned. It's another hero we sometimes see in the offlane. Slock, you say? Nothing left in life. Slock. I could see a Slock. But it looks like an illusion hero. Because they also ban LC right now. Don't want to deal with overwhelming odds. It could also possibly be Slock as well. Because they don't want to get dueled either. Not that much hard disable on the side of IG. The Phantom's Embrace is fairly annoying to deal with as a Slock, especially early game. But it could be an option for them. IG get themselves a Timber Sword to round out their draft. Okay, so still sticking with the notion of not being all that concerned with team fights and being very, very concerned with skirmishing. And this will definitely increase their strength and ability to be able to do so. I'm looking at the damage right now in Vici Gaming. I'm playing Timber so happily.
5 seconds.
I'm not hating life. If I'm him, I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. It's just chilled. They don't have like massive magical burst outside of the Shadow Fiend, you know, so he kind of sucks. But beyond that, it's dealable. And there comes your Slock. There comes your Slock. Nothing left in life. Poyoyo Slock at the very end of this draft. Okay. Alright. Young Slocky. Alright. The big thing about the Slock in this game is that, again, because there's not that much disable, there will come a point where he's pretty much completely free in the midst of these engagements. Their AoE damage as well is pretty much limited to what? Resonant Pulse and Chakram. Slock should never really be handedly dealt with those two spells alone as the game extends further and further and further. This is, yeah, it'll be a good time against the Timber. Pretty good against the Void Spirit. Yeah. Slock, man. Slock's out here. Slock is gonna be out here. The only question is whether or not they're going to be able to, on the side of Vici Gaming, ensure that IG stays dealt with. Because there's going to be like a large portion of the earlier period of the game where they are really, really insistent on the side of IG of crashing into and finding the Slock as much as possible. That is the period of the game where this Void Spirit's really going to come in handy. Being able to suss out that vision, get closer to the hero. Hell, catch him with the Aether Remnants even through the Shadow Dance, making sure that you hold him in position long enough that the team can actually kill him. There's a significant portion of the game where that is possible, and where sadly Emo's going to be the one that has to make that happen. To be fair though, he does have help. It's not the hardest thing in the world. He does have the Nyx Assassin to help him out. And they actually have very quick damage. If they can isolate a hero and Ursa is there, they can kill you in like seconds, this IG lineup, despite not having that much lockdown themselves. All right, this is going to be an interesting one. Mr. President, what's hood? Our South Africans are out here. We're everywhere. No, we're not everywhere, but I'm glad to see you here, comrade. The question is now for these two teams, if IG gets off to the races first, let's say they start snowballing off the laning phase, I feel like their drop will be very difficult to deal with for like the first 40 minutes of the game. Vici Gaming will just have to make sure that they maintain parity in their lanes and come out of it decently able to keep farming through the mid game. There's a lot of cover they can make for the Slock though. Every other hero besides him and Shadow Fiend have like a massive amount of disable. Shadow Fiend has a huge amount of magical burst. So Poyoyo, this is going to be one of these games where he will have the capability of playing the edges of the fight, coming in once in a while when it's necessary, and using that power and that strength to either get more stack charges for himself or just slowly but surely become impossible to deal with. Because eventually they are going to run out of burst to kill him that quickly. This is a hard one though to think about because this is emo Void Spirit, y'all. Yo. I'm gonna go for game one. I think. Oof, I actually don't want to know. I don't know. I really don't know. But if I really had to put myself out on a limb, for game one, I would say that we're probably gonna get IG. Well, let me actually caveat that. If it's an early game victory, it'll be IG, but the later it goes, the easier it gets for Vici. So that's what I'm saying. Let's get into the game though, because game number one, lower bracket final, IG versus Vici Gaming. Let's get into it. Most important thing here from this mid lane is that Emo gets the levels that he needs. Not a main lane matchup that you expect to die in by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, SF is going to have a much easier time than you, going back and making sure that he gets all the net worth from the jungle. But you just want to get your levels there. Still going to be largely a trade matchup until level 5 on SF. Top lane, they did indeed shift the Pango to support. I prefer Tide support over Pango support, but this is the decision made by Vici Gaming. So they're going to have him here backing up Poyoyo. It does mean, though, that bottom, this is going to be the very bad matchup. Old 11 versus Ursa. And he was almost first blood. Without the amazing body blocks of PYW, we would have a dead Tidehunter right now. But the rationale initially why I really wanted to see them make the Tidehunter the past 5 is because Old 11 is going to have a torrid time in the laning phase. He's not going to really enjoy himself. Oh, snap. Loenzan. Oh, snap. Loenzan. Yo, nothing left in life. You were wrong. The rich people do show up. Loenzan is out here. Shout out to you, comrade. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. You see, because you subscribed, Emo's not going to mess up this mid lane, and it's going to end up going really well for the Void Spirit. Watch. All because of you. One thing also that I'm not sure I like about them deciding to put Pango top is there's very little pressure that they're going to be able to put onto this Timbersaw. I mean, sure, it's still just going to be Slock farming the lane. It's not like there's, unless they catch him with a low HP, stun him with Impale, and also hit him with the Whirling Death at the same time. Doesn't feel like Slock's ever going to die. It's still a free-farmed lane, but just going to be Timber doing his thing. Bottom lane, though, the one interesting thing, though, is that there's a lot of responsibilities for the Grimstroke. Whilst we have the pulling taking place here from Ollie, Fly has to play a lot more safe. But more so than just playing safe, it means you can't pressure Timber in those instances in the wave. Also, damn, look at Ori. Ori is crushing this mid lane matchup. 13-0 versus the 23-6. Damn. Ori Shadow Fiend, y'all. Ori Shadow Fiend. To be fair, this is a winning matchup for the SF, but he is winning it pretty hard right now. Emo is needing to play quite carefully. High raise actually catches him. Will he be able to secure this water rune? Doesn't seem like it. And PYW will prevent him from going bottom to replenish his bottle in that way. So that is going to be a large portion of time where this Void Spirit is falling pretty far behind in the resource war. In fact, they're aware of this. They need to give him a salve because DY was closing in, hoping to find a potential swashbuckle to set up for another raise. Lol. Kaka was trying to port middle because they really want to try and get a kill onto Ori. But in the meantime, Kaka and JT might have just put pressure back onto Poyoyo. Mid lane, the Inkswell, not enough damage. And now the turnaround. DY comes in with the shield crash. PYW also TPs in with Earth Spike. They enable Ori to secure himself the first blood. And the Shadow Fiend not only winning the lane massively, but now with the first blood gold, off to a really, really good start. And this is quite problematic. And to make matters worse, right? Think about how that kill happened. Ori got the kill after they tried to rotate in Kaka as well as Oli. Oli was already positioned around this mid lane because he had to protect the life of Emo. But him being positioned middle means that he's not playing bottom. Bottom is actually now a 2v1 matchup. We'll talk about it in a second as Kaka might lose his life to Poyoyo here. And indeed, one more right click from Poyoyo will make sure that that is the case. Slock takes away the life of the Nyx assassin. But the decision making here from IG leads also now into a lost lane down bottom because they had to utilize the support of Oli just to try and make sure that Emo's lane is stabilized. So Old 11 got to play with PYW, the two of them pressuring Fly, not allowing this Ursa to farm at the rate he wants. As a result, look at Old 11 really having a good time in this lane. To make matters worse, they also at some point brought Kaka towards middle. So that's also one fewer hero top. So a little bit less ability to put a threat against Poyoyo. Not that they could do so anyway, but now that lane is also a runaway success for Vici Gaming. Fly trying to kill Oli. And this is why Oli had to be here all the time. Old 11, if he's playing against these two heroes, he should die at least once. But now it might be too late. He's level 5 without having died a single time versus Ursa. You know how happy you feel? And in fact, not only has he not died a single time, they actually got a kill now onto Oli. But now revenge, Kaka. This is huge. They get Ori. All right, that is massive. They lose out on the kill on the Tidehunter, get an even bigger prize. Unfortunately for them, it is Kaka that claims that kill rather than the Fly Ursa. If it was the bear that claims the gold, then it's an amazing move. Such as it is, it's just okay. Honestly, if Ursa is not getting kills in this game, in that laning phase, like the first 10 minutes of the game, it's actually a lost lane, lost game. Ursa feels really bad. So being involved in one kill is the bare minimum, in my opinion, for the kind of lane matchup he found himself in. Yo. Echo Saber being built up now for the slog. IG. Another problem for them is because they had such a rough time in the mid lane, it's going to be a little bit of time before Emo feels he can actually get involved and help his team. And he's going to be one of the larger engines of movement all across the map. PYW getting closer and closer towards level 6. They're having a lot of burst damage here from Vici. Aether Remnant. I'm actually wondering, what does Emo want this game? He's been building, generally speaking, the Yules into Ags every game reliably. This might be one of the few games he wants to prioritize getting BKB a little bit sooner. Himself and Fly certainly are going to need BKBs. Like, in this game, it is a rush. It is actually a BKB race. You do not want to be playing this early game or these earlier team fights versus what Vici have with 0 magic protection. And speaking of protection, the two supports of Vici have roamed top to make sure that Poyoyo has protection, but they actually have sprung a trap. Inkswell will come out, stunning both Slock as well as the Pangolier. Both of them are going to lose their lives. A double kill for Oli, even though it cost the life of Kaka. Hashtag worth. PYW dragged back as well by the Aether Remnant, and Emo will be able to find that kill. So they grab 3. The first rotation of the game, very successful for the Void Spirit. Shadow Fiend also went to the top lane, but was unable to find anything for himself. Great kills picked up, and now JT having level 7. This tower should fall. They'll be able to creep skip it. Poyoyo will come back to mount some degree of defense, but with the 3 points into reactive armor, they'll need more than just that to force these heroes away from this part of the map. And Shadow Fiend also gonna make himself available to oblige. And what a pounce! Poyoyo prevents JT from being able to escape. JT was certain. He knew. He was like, I'm gone, guys. It's fine. But regrettably for him, the level 3 Timber Chain doesn't give him the range that he needs to escape away from the Poyoyo Slog. Gets leashed into position, brought down. Second time this game that Poyoyo has gotten off a very critical pounce. Although, they're going to get some revenge from IG by trying to get a quick kill onto the Shadow Fiend. Inkswell will stun up the SF, but do they have the damage for this? Kaka couldn't body block him in time on the high ground. Does get the Impale off. Dissimulate will be there, and Emo does manage to pick up the kill. Poyoyo gonna come in for some revenge. They know the Inkswell's already been used, so there's no real threat available anymore for the Slog. Already up to some 3 permanent stacks for himself, making this early game a lot easier than it would be otherwise. Very brawl-heavy game so far. Nobody is prepared to just sit back and farm. As we see Emo with a DD rune. Does he want to just clear out a camp, or is he going top? He's going top. Of course he's going top. There's no vision either from Vici Gaming to scout out this movement. So provided Ollie is here with the Inkswell, this should be a kill onto Poyoyo. Although Poyoyo's game sense is telling him, hey mate, tier 1 tower is very low on the HP. You need to get the hell out of here. Tier 1 tower top gets taken down. Vici with Ori in the bottom lane gonna try put the same pressure on this tier 1. Should be able to take it down to 2. And the thing is, they still have the overall farm advantage. Although Emo's involved himself in some pretty cool kills, ultimately still very behind on the SF, and is gonna need some time to recover here. This laning phase absolutely did not go according to plan for IG. Whenever that happens, you have to think about and think through ways to recover. One of those ways is going to include this Diffusal Blade from Ursa. As soon as it arrives, they're going to utilize the smoke. Where is the smoke? Okay, Ollie's got the smoke right now. So he needs to start playing closer to where the Ursa is so that they can immediately pivot to trying to find a kill on the map. The one issue with the Timbersaw, and that's always been an issue, is pretty much every other offlaner in the game right now provides you some degree of control. Timbersaw only really gives you like anchor and damage. And he's not building, no one builds Yule Scepter on this hero anymore. So you're always going to have that problem. It makes it difficult when heroes want to rotate to the side of the map that the Timbersaw is sitting on. Speaking of rotations though, Vici, very early on, want to get PYW on the map. They have level 6. Finger of Death is a big spell. You want to use it. They haven't decided to level up the Requiem just yet for this Ori Shadow Fiend, but getting a kill would help him with the gold for the early BKB as well. Sadly for them, they don't find anything, so just back to farming. Very nice ward planted out there in the dire jungle. Like, Shadow Fiend is right on top of it. That is a very good ward. Giving IG an absurd amount of information right now as to where to play on the map. Probably why we have Emo playing so safe with his team around this middle lane. Everyone's hiding, in fact. They think that there might be a smoke gank, but they actually smoked themselves. Ollie did end up popping that smoke right on cue as soon as the diffusal was finished. So the question is, who will they find? All the viable targets aren't really in vision right now. Emo. Smoke will break. Does he go in? He sees Ori. This is the best target possible. Dragging him back with the Aether Remnant. They quickly kill PYW. Soulbind prevents this Rolling Thunder from being effective in this fight. And Fly will be able to cleave this Pango to death. Taking him down. Getting himself a double kill after cleaning the blood of the Shadow Fiend off his claws. Huge fight. Huge gank. And this is going to be Roche. They're wasting no time running directly towards the Roshan pit. This move was scouted. There is an observer ward. Does get taken out by Ollie. But Vici Gaming will not be fooled. They understand what's happening. The question is, do they feel strong enough to stop it? Also, remember what I was saying earlier about IG having difficulties if this game scales later and later and later. Looks like Emo has similar reservations because he just went ahead and picked up a hand of Midas. Would somebody do me the favor and check what are the stats for first item Midas on a Void Spirit? I have never seen this personally on this hero. I've seen like Yules into Midas before, but never just like raw Midas first. At least not in a pro game. You know, if I see this in my pubs, then I click on the guy's profile, and then I see that even if he's playing Coddle mid, he's rushing Midas. It's like, yeah, this is probably not the preferred itemization on this hero. To be fair, right now, the thing that's most important is their ability to kill from levels. Provided Fly is getting farm, it's not that important right now that Emo has all of his items. So they're gonna go Midas, skip the Yule Scepter, and then pick up the Aghanim Scepter. So still gonna be a similar degree of spend for the 20-minute portion of the game for Emo. So it's playing an average resource investment, but the return is much greater with a Hand of Midas for a game like this. Also, I love that the Soulbind is going to be doing such work against the Rolling Thunder of the Pango. Well, this time around, not necessarily, because Rolling Thunder connects onto the team first. But inside the middle of the lane, Fly unfortunately got caught out very far away from the rest of his team. And DY provided the distraction necessary that IG could not collapse onto the Ursa. And the bear dies for nothing. That's also an Aegis that gets taken away for free. So that's a large period of the game that IG were hoping to use that Aegis to play safely on the map. They're not going to be able to do so now. So very good decision making being done here by Vici, but a bit questionable with the movement from Fly. However, you know, this game is the reason this series is going to be so fun, honestly, between IG and Vici. Both of them have similar problems, right? We have the superstar mid laner. Well, okay, Vici has a very stable mid laner who does the same job day in, day out, carries his team. Oh, we see bottom lane. They try to kill PYW, but does have their Hexers back. Aether Remnant didn't connect onto him. And with reinforcements arriving, IG need to flee this area. But stable mid laner in Ori, superstar flashy mid laner in Emo. Both of them play very well all the time, but then you have coin flip players, yo. One team has Poyoyo, one team has Fly. You just simply do not know who's going to be performing at their best on any given day. That move we saw middle, pretty much SOP for our Ursa player. Fade grenade picked up by the side of IG. Who do they give this to? They're going to give it to Emo? Or is he going to be happy with his fairy trinket? For now, Emo, they really want to kill him though. And he does scout out a gank. They're actually revealing a blink dagger from PYW. Alright. I love it when the Chinese teams do this. Prioritize this early blink on Lion. They have it available. They might want to come and kill Fly though. Poyoyo scouts him out with the Shadow Blade. Rolling Thunder in as well from DY. And there aren't any reinforcements nearby. So Fly will just end up losing his life. His team can't get there fast enough. An unfortunate state of affairs, but it happens.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This top part of the map now has a tier 1 tower being threatened. That is the one thing that's not that great from Vici Gaming. It does take a while for them to bring down these structures. It helps if SF is there, but
Radiant's top tower
they'll still be able to do it the old-fashioned way. And as the T1 falls, the question for them is, do they want to come back middle to defend their own tier 1 tower here? Does seem apparent that IG want to threaten this part of the map. I must say, JT is not really getting anything out of this game. He's been part of some assists, but it's like there's been nothing that's happened where Timbersaw is the hero that was necessary to make what happened happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, given what's been happening in the game so far, he would have been perfectly content playing Night Stalker. We're gonna smoke up again now, though. Or at the very least, might move behind Kaka, who will scout some advanced vision for them. They're gonna fight here around this rune. Big Impale catching onto 2. Aether Remnant. Rare mistake from Emo. It doesn't connect onto Ori. If it had, they would have definitely tried to kill the Shadow Fiend. But it missing means that there is no point. You just gotta retreat, let that one go. Allow the SF to just stay safe himself. What's scary though is that the Slock, Shadow Blade finished, Silver Edge now finished. Lots and lots of damage. And honestly, I'm not really sure they can deal with a late game Slock here, or a strong Slock. Once he starts getting this farm, and they haven't been able to kill him a single time. Oh, they killed him that once in the top lane, but that's about it. Mid lane. Old 11, TP's in. TP's into an Aether Remnant. Can they kill him before the Ravage? He's silenced up with the Phantom's Embrace, but they don't have enough damage to kill him. Ravage emerges, only catches out onto the Timbersaw though. So he's still alive, not brought down just yet. Now they want to re-engage. Requiem popped up by the Shadow Fiend as he activates his BKB. They're able to burst down Fly. He didn't get off his BKB himself. So PYW was able to blink right past him, hex him, earth spike him, shoot him in the face with the finger. And Fly. Why didn't he use BKB there? I mean, I think he wanted to be able to just re-engage. Oh, Poyoyo. No leash today. Not for you, buddy. Yeah, I don't think he knew or was expecting that PYW was in that close proximity. Ends up paying the cost for that pretty heavily. This is starting to become very problematic. It's one thing if Fly dies like once in a fight, but now it's starting to become a trend in this game that he's just not engaging cleanly. I mean, you're an Ursa that has BKB and Enrage. I feel like it should be fairly difficult to catch you even from Fog. Especially when you're expecting and anticipating that magical damage is incoming. They're trying to smoke up again on the Radiant side. IG scan did trigger quite well onto these Vici heroes. But, ooh, the big prize, Poyoyo. They don't have vision of him, though. DY will have to do. We'll take it. There's no buyback on this Pango. There's no Ravage available from Vici Gaming. So we'll take it. They'll also get PYW potentially. No. Kaka. That's the second time this game that I've seen Kaka miss a very obvious impale. And I'm not used to seeing this on Kaka. Other Nyx players, fine. It is what it is. But Kaka, Nyx. Bro, they first picked this hero for you. That always sucks when you're playing support and then they first pick a hero for you. And then you're missing some of the engagements or missing some of the initiation. It's like, yeah, that doesn't feel great. Roche number 2, not up just yet. Early in the game, but it is still Roche 2. How far is Emo's Aghanim Scepter? It does have it. So what's coming next after this? Are we getting BKB? I hope. Could be Aghanim Shard for the additional ring in the Dissimilate, which is not bad in this game, actually. Ori. BKB. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. This is so good. If they can get away from this fight, this would be so good to have wasted the BKB timing. Fly finally activates his own BKB, getting back onto the Shadow Fiend, who goes invis now with the Shadow Blade. Emo gets avoided by DY. Soulbind onto the high ground. They catch Poyoyo as well. DY is gone. Fly able to kill Poyoyo this time around. Old 11 activates his own BKB with JT getting brought down as a result. And there's going to be the 3-hero Ravage. But do they get these heroes killed? Only Kaka dies for now. Aether Remnant not going to be there to catch Old 11. Instead, the Hex from PYW goes on to Fly. What is happening with Emo and Kaka? With them missing so many spells, Vici Gaming get away with freaking murder in that fight. Like, this Shadow Fiend should not be alive right now. Tied fine. Old 11 tanky enough with BKB and the halberd. But missed Aether Remnants, missed Impales, missed Inkswells because Kaka is not in range of the target that he has the Inkswell for. And yet again, a misplay from this Ursa. After Enrage, after BKB, despite having no protection, he ran headlong into a Tide Hunter, Shadow Fiend, and a Lion. Fly, what is happening? IG in general, what's going on? R2YJ, hey, shout out to you for the research done for us. This must be, is this his third time or fourth time going for the Midas first on Emo? To be fair, that fight definitely where Resonant Pulse was useful, but the Aether Remnants from Emo, we need to see some improvement from the spell. There's no Ravage, so they might be able to go for this. Fly gets the Aegis. DY still able to snatch it though. And they're trying to deal with this Pango. Lol, Fly gets Inkswell, but wisely turns tail this time around. With no targets being nearby, DY, he doesn't get soul-bound and held in place. So the Rolling Thunder, when it does expire, able to still get him out to safety. But they still get the Aegis, and then Emo is the one that picked up the Aghanim Shard. The fact that he picks up the Shard now gives him the ability to buy BKB without guilt. Not worried about losing out on potential magic damage on the map. So definitely an option that I like. BKB after the Ags and the Shard. Vici. $8K gold ahead for them. Ori, Poyoyo, as well as Old 11. Just having phenomenal games in general. Old 11 earlier was at some point queuing up Aghanim Scepter. But they changed their mind at the very end, deciding BKB is more important. And it's certainly been very useful in this game for him so far. Interesting to see that DY bought the early gem. I mean, he's playing into the silver edge of the Slark. They know that a large portion... I was playing with, excuse me, the silver edge of Slark. So when Slark's moving around, snuffing out where vision should be for you, it's very easy with the gem to get the D wards on that part of the map. DY. Rolling Thunder, yet again. Bit of a scouting Rolling Thunder on this one. Doesn't find any targets, and IG gonna be forced to smoke themselves. What's been very frustrating is that their lineup is geared towards these kind of smokes and skirmishes. They need to be making these happen as much as they can, but they've been really struggling. And yet again, another failed smoke. Gets popped by PYW and DY, both of whom have Blink Dagger. So they can easily get away from dodge from IG. This Radiant side really hasn't had the map work out for them since the laning phase. And it all started with how hard Ori was bodying Emo. Emo calls for help, but that help comes at the cost of these side lanes. Now the Ori, man of the hour, but now gonna be the death of the hour. They managed to get a quick kill onto the Shadow Fiend. Fly. Maybe didn't need to pop BKB that early, my friend. He's so paranoid now. Shame. They jump Old 11. No way they get this kill though. They would really like to kill DY and claim that gem for free. Yo. Looking around the outskirts of the fight. Wanting to maybe get in, but it's probably not worth it. You also know that IG's push potential themselves is awful. Provided you can just clear out these creeps, you should be able to delay this tower for a very long time. And IG realized this, so they just back away. Still though, great kill to pick up on this Shadow Fiend. Won't necessarily help against Slark, but you know, good for now. Looks like we also have a JT building BKB on the Timbersaw. Part of the issue though is that these heroes aren't that squishy. Oh, mid lane. They need to run away here. Fly. Gonna get caught by the DY Rolling Thunder. This is gonna lead into a Ravage. BKB though comes out. Ursa needs to run away as soon as possible. Will he be able to get away? He's playing the margins. He does manage to get out. They kill the Ollie Grimstroke though. Emo also able to jump away. JT might be left behind also. Caught by the Silver Edge. Easy amounts of damage from the rest of Vici Gaming, and they will claim the life of the Timbersaw as well. Doesn't have a BKB just yet to protect himself. And Vici, jeez. Vici. Just they're on cruise control right now, honestly. This game is sort of a series of checklists for them at this point. It's IG that need to do something special to come away with a W on this one. And this lineup was supposed to be way further ahead. The early game didn't work out. What's interesting to me is that there was a game, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday's game where they played Snapfire middle. And they had similar problems. Snapfire was having a really rough time middle. He requested a lot of help from the supports. And both supports spent time, a lot of time, moving off their lanes to come middle. And it ended up really costing them because those side lanes didn't get off to a good start. It allowed Vici more favorable lanes than they were supposed to. In that game, it was Elephant. But it seems to be a problem that IG need to work on. Like, how do they ensure that they get Emo involved in the game without necessarily sacrificing 2 lanes on the side? Whenever those kind of events happen, you can sort of feel that IG, their entire mentality changes. And they start playing a lot sloppier on the map as a result.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We did finally get the BKB from Emo though. So now we're only left with the last one. And JT's is flying in right now. So triple BKBs are available. We might see yet another smoke emerge from Vici or from IG. What's crazy to me is that IG has been playing so scared even when they had the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But now they're smoked. They're moving on the map. They want to reveal the triple BKBs. There's no Roshan to fight around, but now they're not concerned about Ravage at least. If they can get onto... Like, Old 11's actually the worst target. Like, they're going to try and kill him. They're going to be able to at least get him very low, but... Poyoyo has Aghanim shot, baby. Depth shroud. Keep us alive. The one bright spot is that Fly's BKB is down to 6 seconds, so it doesn't matter anyway. They're just going to smoke up again immediately. IG, these moves reek of desperation. Will at least one of them succeed? Vici Gaming seem to have the correct read on this. Playing very, very carefully, backed up into their base, aware that IG are trying their utmost at this one particular point in the game to make their strength known, but... Oh, Kaka. All right, there we go. Finally. There we go. Impale from Kaka finally lands after the Blink Dagger. DY might be in danger as well. Soulbind not going to connect onto anybody else. Rolling Thunder gets him away, but Fly in danger. Unfortunately, comes in the Ravage with the BKB from Poyoyo. More than enough to get that kill. JT, though, might look for revenge here on top of Old 11 and will be able to find it. 2-for-2 trade so far. And given how this game's been looking, a 2-for-2 trade that IG will take any day of the week. Emo also able to escape away from Poyoyo. That's a lot of gold for JT. This Aghanim Scepter. Real talk, now that these BKBs for Vici are also coming down to the 6-second mark, well, not Poyoyo's, his is very fresh. The TB... Or the Tidehunter at 7 seconds, Shadow Fiend at 7. Next trigger is going to be down to 6 for them. At that point, double Chakram in the fight is actually not an insignificant amount of damage. They still need some way to protect this Ursa though. Fly just keeps dying. Interestingly enough, yesterday's game, the elimination one versus the side of Elephant, he had similar problems where this Ursa was getting nothing from the map. In that game, they could just put him on kill Phoenix duty. There's no one-stop, hey, you do this one thing for us and it's okay, objective for him to attain in this game. However, between Emo and JT, they're still doing enough to make sure that this team is not completely out of contention. Also, now that they do have the BKB for Emo, I wonder what the next item is going to be here. A Hex would be nice. They are lacking in control. Potentially Shiva's Guard as well could be an option. If nothing else, just to help disable the Blink Dagger of the Tidehunter from far away. IG coming in for a fight towards where Vici is positioned on the map. It's a scary place to be for both teams. JT and them just want to get rid of this Observer Ward. I love how they just give Fly Inkswell. Even if he's not jumping in, they're like, hey man, you might need this just in case. Ali playing support like a boss, doing what he needs to do. And Roshan is going to be up again in another minute. Vici Gaming haven't yet had a taste of the Aegis themselves. They got the gold from the previous Roche thanks to DY's efforts, but still want the actual goodies dropped by the big man. So of course they want to play around this area to attain that. Roche up in 30. Timbersaw pivoting and changing his mind from getting the 4-up straight Aghanim Scepter. Rather going to opt for the core. Okay, over Alpha lane on the high ground. DY going in onto Emo. Gonna die for this. And this is not a good time to die. We have 10 seconds until Roshan is up. Does have buyback. However, he did force out the BKB charge from this Void Spirit. So maybe IG themselves might not feel safe going into the Roshan pit until they have access to the BKB once more. We see him decide to go for the S and Y next for that additional status resistance. And Roche now is scouted. IG, are they going to take this risk? They force a buyback out. Okay, that's good times. Early buyback used. The Impale onto Poyoyo. Can't get into the fight for now. Now they have to play more carefully on Vici, because if DY dies, that's a dieback on the Pango. And it's not like Pango is inconsequential towards their ability to fight. And also, because they killed him, they got the gem. I didn't even notice Kaka walking around with this a little bit of additional vision for himself. This is really good. Having the Vendetta and the gem on your side makes life so much easier. And it's not like they're going to immediately replace that gem on the side of Vici Gaming just yet. Inside the Roshan pit. IG playing very riskily. Aether Remnant doesn't actually close off the gap to the pit. But they are insistent on keeping this Ursa inside the Roshan pit itself. They're playing these margins in and out. Poyoyo comes back and they will be able to get off the Dark Pack. JT, does he find an Inkswell start? No, but they do get the catch out onto the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend might be in danger. BKB activated by Emo, looking for PYW. At the same time, Rolling Thunder from DY catches out Ollie, so they want to get the quick jump onto the Grimstroke. They force him to buy back as well. But now there's no more Rolling Thunder. Oh no, Poyoyo gets caught with the Shadow Dance, with the Dark Pack. There's going to be a big Ravage though. It only catches Emo as the BKB expires, and he's going to get brought down. Fly had BKB, but now it's gone. Needs to flee away from this fight. Will he be able to do so? Pounced on, can't run, but at the same time, they get the jump back onto Poyoyo with this Inkswell stun. Do they have this damage? Yes, they do. Poyoyo is gone, forced to buy back, but Emo can't buy back for his team. So they need to send in Kaka. Emo finally gets the gold, buys back. He wants to return. There was a dieback on Ollie. So now IG will be playing this defense 4v5 no matter what. But there's no Ravage to worry about. There's no Requiem. At the same time, there's no BKBs on IG. How do they stop this? JT. Still very strong, still at full HP. He's going to be defending the lip of this Roshan pit. Throwing in these chakrams. Making Poyoyo choose. How deep does he really want to go here? Impale comes in from Kaka. Connects onto the Lion. And they get a pounce onto JT. They really want to kill the Timbersaw. They're going to be able to do so. He goes down. But at the same time, Shadow Fiend's in danger. He goes invis though. Manages to survive by the skin of his teeth.
Radiant's top tower
Oh my god. Somehow kept alive. I think that was the depth shroud. No, it wasn't even depth shroud. How did he live there? Does somebody have like a glimmer cape or something? How did he go invis? What happened? Unless it's just ninja gear, but I don't know. Doesn't matter. He's dead now. Can buy back, and he will do so. Fly looking for more. Poyoyo has BKB again. Pops it. They want to try and go onto JT before this Timbersaw gets off his own BKB. It's a bit too late. It is in now, but they still get the kill. JT doesn't Timber Chain away in time, and he ends up losing his life. A dieback. And this should be Vici Gaming's first Roche. Don't think IG can stop this. Requiem just to make sure there's cover. Poyoyo does get the Aegis, but now this might be a big fight. Emo throws in a lot of damage. Between himself and Kaka, they're able to get the life away from the slog, also stealing the cheese in the process. Leaving behind an Aether Remnant, doesn't connect onto anybody. But it still will be enough to cover a potential escape, at least for the Void Spirit. Not so much for this young, very, very sad Grimstroke. So they don't get the Roshan fight, but they do manage to stop them from keeping the Aegis. But at the same time, it's a big dieback on JT. If JT lives, it's a very different engagement. Very different defense now on the high ground, but JT dies, so Vici Gaming should be able to clean up a full lane of racks from this one.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Oh boy.
Dire's
Oh boy.
is under attack.
All of this would have been different if they had reveal. You know that one time where they almost killed Shadow Fiend? If they had reveal at that point and they could bring him down, would have been a very different overall engagement.
Tower has fallen.
But the time bought with him staying alive allows Vici Gaming to recoup their numbers, recoup their spells. More importantly, get back their BKB timings. They utilize those to win a resounding fight, and they pick up so many items. Satanic for the Shadow Fiend, Lincoln Sphere for Pango, full refresher for Tide, Scotty for the Slog. Man, they got rich. Rich. Vici Gaming bought Bitcoin before they went into the Roshan pit. Came out ballin'. That's just a joke, by the way. Please don't buy Bitcoin, y'all.
Radiant are scanning.
Not necessarily for... because we want to accrue money. Well, that too, but, you know, save the planet. Don't buy Bitcoin. Vici. Smoked up now, looking for the loss. Oh my god. That's Ravage. That's game. Even if he has buyback, that's game, because Kaka does not have buyback. Yeah, I think that's game. Well, maybe not, because they was double Ravage committed there. Ollie, does he have buyback? Nope. Fly, going very far forward, gets a bash out onto the slog, but he knows it's over. Yeah, it's GG. That Ravage that caught him, he's back in this. There's another Ravage from Old 11. They're aware it's over. GG is called. Vici Gaming. Woof. Vici. Woo! Alright, so this is a Vici Gaming victory. Like a resounding one, of course, but there are several caveats as to why they won the game in the way they did. It's not simply because of how they played, although that's a big factor, but this period of the... Okay, hold on. I want to actually see when some of these items emerge, right? So, Vici Gaming, they get on Ursa, their BKB blink around 26 minutes, dude. Ursa BKB blink at 26 minutes. Jeez Louise. Look at well as the farmer of this Timbersaw, right? At that same time, when Ursa has that and blink, all he has is SNY shard. So, you have SNY and flamethrower. That's it. That's your only effectiveness in the game. Emo's the only person that has items, not just because of the Hand of Midas being purchased, but because of IG going out of their way to try and buttress the Void Spirit lane. I feel like Ollie and Emo spent way too much time around that, like so much time around middle, and to their detriment, right? Because even if, no matter how much you help Void Spirit, he's never going to be close to Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is going to have a phenomenal game, right? You see this Tidehunter net worth at 10 minutes, this should not be... In a lane, in my mind, when I think about Grimstroke Ursa, and I'm thinking about playing Tidehunter into Grimstroke Ursa, I don't imagine at 10 minutes having more net worth than that Ursa. That shouldn't be happening. But it does because Ollie spent at least like 2.5 minutes just parked around middle, not able to do anything else, and still a further minute in the jungle, stacking up camps, pulling, doing normal support things. That 1.5 minutes is fine if that's the only period in the game he's spending, not really helping in the lane. Compare and contrast the assistance that Poyo was getting in the top lane, right? It's not like DY couldn't rotate middle. And he did make one key rotation middle with PYW that got them first blood, right? But they made that rotation when they knew for a fact that we're going to get the kill. Poyo managed to play safe. Not only play safe in that time, but he cancelled the Kaka TP towards middle, making sure that they have the numerical advantage. And then when Kaka tries to come back middle to help out the next time, now DY is totally parked top, going nowhere else, only leaving if they can guarantee kills elsewhere on the map. So Vici just played the early game so much better than IG. Like, so much better. A lot of it, of course, due to how well Ori was doing in the laning phase itself, but I think overall Vici just played this game better in that sense. And when you play the game better there, it starts to cascade and snowball, right? IG, not a draft would I look at and imagine them catching up in the mid game, which they spent a large portion of it doing, rather than playing aggressively. And to make matters worse, Vici Gaming, because of the fact that they were off to such a good start, whenever you get a good laning start, you get to dictate the tempo of the following parts of the game by having the better vision control, having an understanding of where to smoke effectively on the map. It's easier to do from ahead than from behind. And IG, how many smokes in this game did we see just not go anywhere? They'd smoke, they'd go somewhere, but the smoke itself doesn't go anywhere, doesn't do anything. And they end up in a situation where now you're playing with Fly, who went for first item defusal. If smokes aren't going anywhere for that hero, and for this first item SNY, Aghanim Shah, Timbersaw, these heroes aren't farming. These heroes aren't going to stacked camps and being like, you know what, it's fine, we'll get bigger this way. That's just not going to happen. And none of these heroes can contest against late game Shadow Fiend, late game Slark. Just not going to happen. So, Vici, come away with this here dub. I must say, they played really well. Jirin wanted to see the sentries, right? So, wow. Yeah, game is hard. Game is hard. You know that life is hard when Ollie by himself bought more sentries than DY and PYW, or as many as them together. An absurd amount of vision cover just to try and buy some space, but ends up not being enough. So Vici Gaming, they have the victory. They've got the first game. All right, let me give you all your points. IG, yeah, I think now when they go into game 2, they need to give up the idea of playing faster than Vici. Get more catch up, I suppose. Like, yeah, their confidence definitely has to be rocked after that one. And I think if they're ever going to play a game again where it's incumbent on them to play faster than Vici, they're probably going to lose if they play the way that they did this one. So get different heroes for Fly. Something that allows them to scale for later. For Emo, I mean, I don't mind the Emo voice spread prick. The voice spread prick was fine, but if he's struggling, y'all. Sometimes you just got to let your mid laner struggle. You can't... This is the second time in 2 days that I've seen this exact loss from IG, in the sense that they only lose because Emo loses the lane and the whole team loses the game just to try and help him in the lane. Enough of that. Let's get something different. So game 1 in the books for IG. Let's see what they can give us for game 2 to take us to a decider. Or will Vici just rebook the winner bracket final for the grand final? We'll find out together as the teams are currently loading up, getting ready for game 2. In the meantime, go stretch your legs, grab a glass of water. Make sure you're following the channel in the meantime. Make sure as well that if you want to become cool, you're enjoying yourself, firstly, let me know what you think. Secondly, decide to become like Lovenzan. Pull through, subscribe, cheer some bits, show your support for the channel. It makes a huge, outlandish difference. Every follow makes a difference. Every chat, literally every message in chat actually makes a difference. Every follow on Twitter makes a difference. Every subscription makes a difference. Of course, every donation makes a difference. And yeah, you want to get this primo Dota? I mean, some people might dispute that particular resolution, but I think it's primo. Make sure you support it. Make sure that there's a reason for it to exist. And make sure that you're back in your seat in about 15 minutes as we continue with the I-League Finals Day Game 1 in the books. Game 2 coming up. IG versus Vici Gaming. Right back with you in just a flash, so don't go anywhere as we return with some more incredible Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snake Hosting as we continue with the I-League Finals Day. We are here for the lower bracket final, seeing IG taking on the side of Vici Gaming. And the way it sets right now, IG on the ropes, really about to feel the heat of elimination. They lost game 1 in resounding fashion. Let's see if they can come back in this one. And already, things are looking better. And it's looking better because they have the JT Tidehunter. JT's best hero. All right. You can't mess this one up, buddy. This is it. They went out of their way. They're like, listen, we're giving up Kaka Nyx. We're giving up Kaka Lion. We're doing all of that for you, my G. What you gonna do? Let's see if IG is gonna be able to carry this back. And okay, they still get the Kaka Lion. All right. Okay. They're still like, all right, they thought about it, right? They definitely thought about Bloodseeker. But this was actually really nice from Vici because Vici go for the Shadow Demon Pango. They already demonstrated in the previous game that they're very happy to play this Pangolier in the 5 position. We've seen them play this hero in a bevy of other roles as well. So if IG were to think to themselves, they have to pick Bloodseeker, then Vici's like, great, you picked a core hero who we can counter with another core hero. However, we move the core hero you were countering to support and everything's fine for us. So they sort of debate IG with this pick. And then IG can't really pick Bloodseeker in the space. Have to go for Lion. Well, don't have to go for Lion, but you have to pick something else. For Vici Gaming, they immediately go ban Bloodseeker anyway. Oh, no, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Like, I love how probably like in the break room before this game, they were talking about the chess moves for this part of the draft, right? They're like, all right, y'all, listen, we've got second pick. We'll do this. Then I promise you, we won't even have to ban Bloodseeker, bro. We'll do something else. And then they see Bloodseeker, then they're like, all right, dude, just get rid of it, whatever. They probably thought they were going to play against it, but not going to be the case. So IG definitely covering themselves a little bit more here, giving themselves more team fight than they had in the previous game. Really think that's the route they should go for here. Overwhelm Vici with team fight. I mean, it is what it is. If you don't feel like sometimes that you're good enough to continually play quickly or with initiative versus your opponent, out team fight them. Do what you need to do. So Vici, now for them, it's still an open question where their heroes are going. Also, I love that they also banned the Grimstroke. They're like, that was freaking annoying, dude. Soul Bind on Rolling Thunder sucks. I would laugh my ass off if they ban Silencer as well. I'm like, okay, guys, come on, relax now. So Vici still have to decide how they're going to play this Pangolier. They have a lot of time to make that decision because they have the last pick. They're most likely going to expend that last pick on the Poyoyo hero. But they have options. They have options to not to have to do that. Vici. One of the things I'm also wondering now is whether or not from IG, this is going to be a guaranteed Tidehunter in the offlane. It should be because JT is that good on the hero, but I've mentioned many times before that I'm also a fan of his Night Stalker. So the option might come up that Night Stalker is actually a better hero pick. And we'll see as the draft extends a little bit longer. I love also that IG is banning heroes from game 1. No Slock, no Shadow Fiend. Does open up the possibility of us getting the Ori Storm Spirit here. Although they have covered that with the Lion pick. I still have seen Ori beat Lions. TA is still in the game, which is really, really scary as well. So is Lina. Oh no, Lina's first ban. Okay. This is China. I should expect that. Not gonna see Lina ever being played. I wonder as well, if Vici do decide they want to maybe go a more heal-orientated strat, get like a Baden, then pick Leshrac for themselves. That's also a possibility for them. Taking a lot of the reserve time here from Vici. We still don't know what their overall strategy is going to be. I mean, with IG, of course, Teamfight and Burst is apparent to us, but Shadow Demon Pango can do anything. Just a save from the Shadow Demon. They may be also preempting the possibility of Faceless Void from the enemy team. They ban Queen of Pain now. So is this a ban against the to protect the TA in the mid lane? I feel like whoever has the opportunity should pick TA, dude. If IG get away with it, if they have space here with Emo, I think that's a hero to go for. Oh, Vici's so good at drafting, dude. Oh my god. They set up now where if they do go TA on the side of IG, they've got this Razor already ready to cover it, so they don't have to ban the Templar Assassin. At the same time, if they don't pick TA on the side of IG, then you have the capability of coming back and grabbing that hero yourself.
5 seconds remaining.
Vici, Vici, Vici. Out here with these drafts today. How is IG going to respond to this one? Very important. Do you think you want to be able to get the Emo hero? LOL! I told y'all they're gonna pick Silencer, dude. Oh my god. LOL, they actually went for the Silencer pick, dude. I'm not surprised though, I'm not surprised. I mean, Bloodseeker's banned, Grimstroke's banned. Come on, what else are you gonna do? They get the Silencer, then they go for Storm Spirit. Oh gosh, alright. So this is gonna be one of the Emo spirits. This is his weakest spirit, in my opinion, outside of the Void, Ember, Storm Spirit. So, however, I do like the Silencer with Storm Spirit. There's a degree in the game where sometimes Storm Spirit feels a bit underwhelming before he feels safe to jump forward. Silencer can help cover that particular portion of the game. And then Vici Gaming just come back immediately with this Night Stalker pick for themselves. Night Stalker. So the Night Stalker goes off lane, so it does seem like DY is going to be playing the Pango again. This doesn't feel like the... I mean, it's a decent enough Night Stalker game, but there's not that much team fight from Vici. It feels very skirmishy from them. It also does feel like there's going to be an over-reliance on this Night Stalker doing really well. Like, Old 11 will need pre-25 BKB Blink with item. I'm glad IG still banned that TA because I was looking at the Vici draft and saying safe lane TA seems really strong here. They need the kind of hero like TA who will be able to follow up with the advanced reach of the Pango, the Night Stalker, leave Razor a little bit back in the fight to anchor a portion of it, whilst you have someone like TA who can eviscerate targets deeper in the fray. Slock would have actually fit that bill quite nicely as well, but they've already banned that out, even despite not knowing exactly what the 3-4 was going to be from Vici. Anti-Mage removed for similar reasons, and you're playing Storm Silencer. Maybe don't give Poyo with Anti-Mage. Although I actually feel like they could have dealt with AM in this game. Still, they don't want to risk it. They don't want to take that chance. So what other hyper-mobile carry heroes are left in the game?
5 seconds remaining.
We've been seeing Weavers. Vici banned TB and they banned the PL, so... Okay, we're removing all the illusion heroes in the game. No, okay, no way, no way, no way. They're not picking Medusa. This is not a Medusa game. This can't be a Medusa game. TA is banned as well, so it can't be a TA game. Anti-Mage is banned, it can't be an AM game. I doubt they want to pick like a Necro or anything like that. I mean, they could actually go for Ursa themselves on the side of Vici Gaming. Get the positive matchup in the lane versus the Tidehunter. The hero that'll buy Blink Dagger can come in with the team. If they get Crippling Fear Silence from Night Stalker out onto this Morphling, or onto the Storm Spirit, excuse me, then suddenly there's very easy follow-up with that Ursa. Morphling is the hero that gets picked. Dude, this is actually so... Dota is such a great game, even in the drafting phase. So, IG, recognizing that now there's no PL to play into, they're like, I guess we're just gonna pick Morphling, bro. I guess we're doing it, huh? I guess we're doing it. One of the things I like about this Morphling pick is that in the event that Vici Gaming do go back for this Ursa, you know, it's not like you're really trying to play Ursa into Morphling, you know? Not like a super amazing matchup for you as the bear. But it's still good though. If you go diffusal build, I think you can still deal very well with the with the Morphling as well. I think Ursa is actually the pick here for Vici. Well, that's I would pick Ursa, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do it. They get Drow Ranger. Okay. Drow Ranger. All right. Drow Ranger. Gust, Silence, Marksmanship. IG's draft only really has Emo that goes very far forward for a while in the game. So it might be a little bit difficult to hunt down this Drow Ranger. I'm not sure how I feel about this though. This draw pick. How do y'all feel about it? Predictions are open. Y'all have time. Decide who you believe is stronger in this particular matchup right now. Vici have a game in hand. Is this going to a game 3? Let me think. If they get a good laning phase from Vici, they run away with this game, don't they? It depends on the lanes. I think if Vici win the lanes or come out okay in the lanes, I think they can kind of run away with the game. But if IG in particular find a good lane for JT here on the Tidehunter and an okay lane from middle for Emo, I think they can actually win. So it does depend on the laning phase, I think, for this one. I'm not fully sold on this Drow Ranger pick, I'll be honest. I'm not I mean, I can see there are going to be a lot of instances where the hero's going to come out massive in this game, right? And it doesn't seem there aren't that many heroes that can easily get on top of him here. The Gust Silence as well is going to be so instrumental. It's going to kind of force all 3 core heroes from IG to play very passively until they have BKBs. You're playing the Drow with Night Stalker, one of your better counters, but now he's the one going forward, making space for you instead of countering you. So you can utilize that space to throw in right-click damage. But I don't know. This team fights, it's a lot of team fight on IG, and I'm still not convinced by the team fight from Vici. But like, okay, I'm gonna stick with what I said earlier. It's gonna come down to these lanes. It's gonna come down to these lanes. Besides, I'm not the one that has to predict. I just have to cast Dota. Y'all need to make your predictions. Predictions open for the next few minutes. Whilst the 2 teams are busy stacking up, getting ready, looking to see which bounty runes are contested on, looking to see which lanes will have the most action. But for IG, crucially, looking to see if they have a way back into the series. As game 2, potentially the last game. It's a lower bracket final. IG needs this win. Will they get it? Let's find out. Game 2 underway. Let's go. Let's go. Jerry, let's hear this analysis then about like, have I improved after casting a lot of games? Actually, yeah, what's the curve here? What's my learning curve been, if that's how you're assessing the boy Cyclops? Because I still haven't found my market, so what do I need to do? Or how do you assess that? Razor versus Emo. This is going to be... I mean, Ori should come away with another lane victory here. But Emo... I hope Emo is telling his team, guys, relax. Just relax, eh? Relax. It's fine. I'll come to your lanes when I need to. Don't worry about this mid lane, fam. It's okay. Fly on this Morphling. I mean, Fly Morphling is one of his better heroes, but also extremely hit or miss. But I do like the fact that they gave him a hero that can scale later and that has some degree of catch-up potential. Really not a fan of whenever they give Fly a hero that requires the team to always be playing aggressive and doesn't give him options for farming for later. But we need to pay close attention to Emo this game. Not just Emo in general, but this laning phase. If yet again he's being dumpstered hard enough that he draws a lot of his team's attention towards trying to salvage that lane, then things can still go quite poorly. To be fair though, there is not that much kill potential in the same way that there was in the previous game. So even if Ollie does leave the bottom lane, Fly should still be able to farm and stay alive. Well, he didn't die in the previous game, but he just got completely frozen out from CS. Not as bad in this instance here against the Shadow Demon Night Stalker. Still can be scary though. But provided that they stay in this lane, it's actually a good overall lane for the side of IG. Not that much that Old 11 can do in the lane itself. And as Fly gets stronger and stronger, you start to make life more and more unbearable for the Night Stalker. Although, Fly. I love watching Fly play in these lanes. This guy does not care, dude. This guy. Wow. Top lane, JT. Playing his best hero. So, this game actually is going to come down to JT and Kaka. Both of them on their best heroes. They're like, listen, guys, if y'all mess this one up for us, then there's no hope. Gives them a lot of team fight. We saw in the previous game the impact that can be had by having both Lion and Tide on the same squad. So they're going to be wanting to replicate a similar degree of performance. And Kaka, might be first blood here. Gosh, though, DY is in trouble here. DY has put himself in a bad place, and Kaka and JT outplay DY here in the top lane. Find themselves a quick kill, bringing down the Pangolier. Extra gold for the JT Tidehunter. Extra gold for the Lion. And I mean, we've seen already earlier in the games what can happen when the Tidehunter gets off to a better than expected start. Not that he's expected to struggle at all in the lane versus Drow Ranger, but probably didn't expect to get that first blood with Kaka. Now they find it. Also, look at middle. Ori has 13 denies, but he's getting out CS pretty heavily right now by Emo. Emo's pissed, yo. Emo's pissed. I mean, Emo, listen, I was talking trash earlier about how I think his Storm Spirit is the weakest of his 3 spirits. Still good enough to win a major. To be fair, in the major games that he won, Abed was the one that was taking up the role of this hero as often as he could. But the games he did play, Emo did look very good. DY chased Kaka all the way back to base, lol. It's not really that important for IG to have Kaka go all the way back. JT is completely content to play that lane versus Drow. It's more for the sake of the Drow Ranger that she can now play a little bit further forward in the lane. But JT is still gonna be completely fine. Just doing his thing in the top lane. Obviously, the early Soul Ring is gonna come out from him. I wonder if he's gonna opt for the BKB in the same way we saw Old 11 building. It might be a requirement playing into some of these silences, but at the same time, it's not like Old 11 will ever be targeting you first with the Crippling Fear. But, you know, you're still playing into Gust. Maybe he goes the same build. The Heaven's Halberd into BKB. That way you have Halberd for Razor Drow, as well as BKB available to deal with Rolling Thunder, Gust, and the Shadow Demon overall. Razor, speaking of, makes his first rotation down towards the bottom lane. Unfortunately, though, reveals his presence a little bit too soon. So very easy for IG to avoid that. Gives time towards Emo to farm in this mid lane. And in fact, heroes are coming back here to maybe assist in getting a kill in the event that this Razor had run through the river. Unfortunately for them, Ori is better than that. Stays alive, but Emo with an Arcane Rune looking to maybe try to find a kill on one of these heroes. But DY gets back in protection behind the tower. It is kind of disgusting, honestly, how good Vici Gaming's game sense is. just as a team, like, no matter what you think about what they're doing on the map, when you just watch them move on the map, it's honestly a thing of beauty. Poyoyo. He's actually in trouble here. I think he might die. Yeah, he's dead. Bye-bye, Poyoyo. Gosh will be there. Does have a magic wand, though, so... he's actually cool. Never mind. He's cool. I didn't see the raindrops on him as well. Yeah, but triple raindrops. Yeah, that'll protect you. There's no finger of death just yet from Kaka, so no major threat to apply. But maybe Emo can give them that damage that they need. I'm not sure if they saw his rotation from the dire side. They might have. Emo definitely was seen because DY not only is propping down the sentry, but they're already calling PYW over to provide additional protection. Let's see. Yeah, that ward caught him. It did catch him, so they know he's here. Or they knew he was there. He's left now. Although he's good enough at Dota to know where the ward probably is placed. Razor now comes to the top lane. They really want to try find this kill. JT happy to expend the Ravage here just to buy himself some space. Kaka needs to go back. Hex up DY, prevent them running forward. The third Shadow Poison stack doesn't connect onto JT. So he will be able to survive. Walks away happily. Honestly, well worth the Ravage. You don't want to be dying just yet as JT. Hell, I don't even think you go home. I think you just stick around. Bring in regen from the courier or something. Oli and Kaka, though, these two are going to be in some trouble. So is DY, who is facing against Emo in the river. Emo gets the kill onto DY, but between PYW and Ori, they're easily able to clean up the two supports on the other side. Eye of the Storm from the Storm Spirit, or the Razor, excuse me, does the job. And he pops regen, though, on the Storm Spirit. They're going to make a big rotation down bottom. I don't think Old 11 knows about this. There's no ward. There's no vision. Will they catch him? They know now. He's going to be caught out. Dark Ascension not at the ready, so no way out of this one, my friend. Gets taken out, brought down. And for good measure. Oh, that's so sad. I thought Oli was going to be in range to steal away some of that intelligence. Sadly, not going to be the case. And where's Oli's net worth at? Doesn't even have boots. Poor guy. Unlike Pango, who doesn't care that much if he has boots. It's kind of important. At the very least, this time around, he will get the bonus intel from this. Oh, no, he won't. He doesn't have glaives yet. Feels bad. Dark Ascension now triggered. They want to try find Oli. Emo, just get out of here, my friend. Just get out of here. Old 11's going to flap his wings towards you, but he knows full well that he's not getting this kill. He's just making sure that he doesn't get any heroes moving in the opposite direction. But now, actually, DY might be in danger. Already used Swashbuckle. And he's going to die. If he didn't come in with the Swashbuckle, they actually would have killed Old 11. So he did the right thing there. It's unfortunate because it gives a killing spree now over to the Storm Spirit. And this Storm... might not have as much farm as the Razor at present, but is having a very good game. Am I on the phone? Why? Why do you ask that? Oh, kind of hard to see. I see. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat properly. Lol. Old 11. Getting jumped on by Emo, but Emo, there is going to be some backup here from Poyoyo with the Gust. They need to get the Storm Spirit out of here. Will he be able to TP out? Indeed he will. The multi-shot will not connect properly. And Old 11 does manage to stay alive, but several heroes drawn towards that side of the map will mean that JT is playing alone versus DY in the top lane. He has Ravage. He won't be able to kill him with Ravage, but will be able to force him away from the tower. JT now just wants to tank up all these creeps in the top wave. And actually might kill Ori middle. Ori's dead. Storm Spirit, yo. And they're doing this before they even get to the point where they're team fighting heavily as IG. This is just the power of Emo early on in the game. Been involved in 5 of his team's 6 kills. Pretty remarkable. The only kill he wasn't involved in was the one on top that brought down DY for first blood. Emo's been absolutely everywhere. Gonna get the very early Kaya. I think this is definitely an SNK game. Help you with the duration of these silences. Kaka now finally has Finger of Death. Is he gonna pop it? Yes, he will. Old 11 should die here, but not gonna give away a charge, unfortunately. Kaka, sadly, a little bit too hasty with the Finger activation. So, Old 11 will end up living. At least through the initial damage. Does die, but no Finger given away. Unfortunately, it is a kill. And yet another piece of gold into Emo's hands. 5-0 and 1 on the Storm Spirit. Vici Gaming, y'all. Vici Gaming. Needs to get this BKB on Ori, but their lanes, yeah, IG is going to win. Remember what I said. If the lanes go well, I think IG wins. And these lanes have gone beyond well. So IG in a very good position right now. JT has a sort of defiance. Fly, farming in the jungle right now. Wants the early Lincoln Sphere. That's a peculiar Lincoln Sphere game, I suppose. I would prefer BKB versus the Gust, Crippling Fear. But at the same time, you don't want to get static linked. You don't want to get disrupted. So now there's no static link possible on the Morphling. That means that his right-click damage is always going to be present in the fight. And the only other tools they have of actually proccing the Lincolns are Void from this Old 11, Night Stalker. That's pretty much it. It's like Void, Disruption, Static Link. Nothing else. Night Stalker, speaking of him, getting closer towards his Echo Saber. Almost has it, and then it's time to build BKB, baby. Get me BKB Blink as soon as humanly possible. Because it's not like these heroes from IG will shy away from BKB forever. Now that the Storm Spirit has his Kaya, he's like, well, I'm going straight BKB, my friends. Eventually, Morphling might decide to do the same thing. Emo comes in, Rolling Thunder. They're looking towards DY. Not going to be able to get this catch just yet from the support Pango. The thing is, in this game, since he's the one playing the Pango, I mean, Shadow Demon wants the Aghanim Scepter so that he has double Demonic Purge, which is a pretty big deal, but I kind of feel I'd rather be giving priority to DY so he can get Blink Dagger for now. In the last game, that Blink made such a huge difference. And in this game, without Rolling Thunder, they actually don't really have teamfight. So I think they need to figure out a way to make sure that DY does have the item to give them the teamfight they require. And speaking of teamfight items, whilst Kaka, as we saw down bottom, is farming his Blink Dagger, JT has completed his own. We might see IG decide to make some kind of aggressive play. To make matters even more difficult for Vici Gaming, also a global silence to consider. You haven't had to play into it the entire game up until now, but it is coming. IG, smoke up. Don't want to reveal this Blink on the Tidehunter. Who will they come across? This is a good place to target because both the Razor and the Dra Ranger are farming this area. Razor would be a big kill. They find him. They catch him. They kill him. Probably didn't need the global as well, but safety first. So they find a pretty big kill there. Ollie's going to end up losing his life in exchange here. TP out, not going to be possible. Taken out by Old 11. I think if they... What's really funny, if he'd kept Global Silence, he'd be alive right now. You would have seen the Night Stalker come in, pop Global, TP out, he'd be fine. Or you could just die and keep Global. I would have preferred if he just died and kept Global. But it's cool, they got the life of the Razor. Now though, without these big ultimates, they're going to have a bit of a rougher time defending middle. While I say that though, Emo got the jump onto PYW, forcing the Shadow Demon to disrupt himself. Kaka, very nice Earth Spike out onto the Night Stalker. They're chasing him down with the Rolling Thunder. DY and the gang are going to be able to get that kill. JT links past the Rolling Thunder. Just wants to position himself in between Vici and the Tier 1 tower.
Draw attention from the creeps. Anchor smash the wave. Might die for this though. Demonic Purge was out. Kraken Shell gonna help him out. Getting him away from some of the deeper slows, but now there's no Purge available for this emo Storm Spirit. PYW disrupts himself, but is only buying time. Gets taken out by JT. That's what you get for demonic purging me, says the Tidehunter. No tier 1 tower to claim for them anymore in the mid lane, but they defend their own tower. And they're actually moving forward to keep this lane pressure going. This move is scouted, so this Razor should easily be able to leave the triangle. Picked up a Quicksilver Amulet in the meantime. Almost has his BKB at the ready. Whose BKB is going to arrive first? It looks like the Razor's. He did go straight for it. Didn't stop over like the Storm Spirit did for the Kaya. But look at Vici. They are not really finding that much farm on all their heroes. It's only this Draw Ranger that's getting really far ahead right now. But even then, she's behind everybody on the side of IG. This Night Stalker needs BKB first, so if he doesn't get BKB with Blink in the next couple minutes, maybe like, what did I say earlier? 25 was like the absolute latest. You should be able to get there, but it's going to be a difficult road. It's going to have nothing else when he arrives. And the thing is, even when they get this BKB on Ori, they have a hard time actually going and finding a fight somewhere on the map, right? There's no easy way to force an engagement that doesn't put you at risk of being globaled, being ravaged, being fingered. So much team fight from the side of IG, and they're gonna use it. They're going in, they find the Razor. Global already used, they get the catch on the higher ground. Will they be able to find this fight? JT finds the Ravage. It catches both Drow and the Razor. Ori's gone. Poyoyo's gonna join him. That time around, the double coverage with the ultimate's definitely well worth it. It enables the 2 kills. PYW also gets his form stolen away, disrupted. Because Fly says, hey man, remember, I'm playing Morphling. I can disrupt you too. IG, 6k gold lead for them in the first 20 minutes of the game. And Kaka has Blink. Old 11 needs to be careful here. Need to get the hell out of dodge, my friend. IG at this point in time are making this map look very, very small and feel small for the side of Vici Gaming. BKB almost complete for Emo. Fly going for the E-Blade build for himself. Not really concerned about anything. Fly's had a very free Morphling game. And the thing is, when this Razor is having as rough a time as he is, Drow Ranger not having the best game herself, suddenly Morphling feels like, why do I have to do anything defensive, mate? Let me play as aggressive as I want. Might see another smoke gank here from the side of IG because they just got the BKB of Emo. Ravage isn't online just yet for another minute, nor is the Global Silence for 30 seconds or Finger for another minute. They might need to wait on these items, but nonetheless, they feel really, really strong right now. Vici smoked themselves, trying to reveal this BKB of Ori. Don't have the Aghanim Scepter just yet of PYW. And Kaka, oof. Pop smoke, blinks back. Life is good.
Radiant are scanning.
Vici. What's the recovery mechanism? There's no easy fight to take. There's no easy hero to jump on. With a start like this, it's very difficult to recover. And we have another smoke coming in. DUI. Just rolling, thundering through a creep wave. But the real prize seems to be the top side of the map. JT, he's the first one going forward. Who will he come across? They want the big targets. They don't want DPYW. They want Poyoyo. And they're gonna get him. Drow Ranger gone. PYW also gonna be taken as a little piece of dessert. Kaka bursts him into the ground with the finger, gains another check.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yes, GG. GG go next. They're gonna get dewarded and also get roached because Morphling is here with the E-Blade. Got the money from killing the Draw Ranger. Now gonna use that additional Agi to right-click down Roshan. JT will tank up the big man. Might not have a Solar Crest, but they don't really need one. There's Heaven's Halberd, there's Anchor Smash. Also, JT is gonna skip the BKB, but still gonna go for the Halberd. Just because of how big a difference it's gonna make in terms of decreasing the damage output of both Drow and the Razor in these fights. Aegis now in tow for Fly with the Lincoln Sphere, E-Blade. Now we can go back for the BKBs. Like, okay, now I'm worried about silence. Basically, now I just want to make sure that y'all have nothing that you can send against me. With BKB Lincolns, this Morphling will literally be immortal in the fights. Storm Spirit, Emo comes across DY. Gonna be a free piece of gold here. Yo, Emo's having a phenomenal game. You see, he's building Bloodstone now because he's like, man, I wish I had Bloodstone, dude. If I had Bloodstone, I'd have so many charges. I'm 8-0-15. Are you kidding me? They're killing Poyoyo inside his own base on the high ground, bursting him down. PYW will TP in, but Ori comes in a very bad way, gets immediately ravaged, makes it a double kill for Fly. Old 11 also trying to fly in onto Kaka. To what end, though? He's gonna get jumped on by Emo as well as Fly. This BKB will not last forever, my friend. Eventually, it'll go down, and when it does, you're gonna follow it. Emo killed. Emo gone. 3 heroes removed from play. And these are all core heroes. And they all died inside their own base. Are you kidding me? IG. Very, very strong here in game number 3. Or game number 2, excuse me. But they want game 3. That's why they're playing like this. The high ground being sieged upon. Tier 3 does get taken away. Vici Gaming have no counterplay for this.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
IG. This time around, they have all the team fights. Vici has all the skirmish. It seems actually to have been a trend, right, over the last 2 days, that the team with more team fight just wins. Well, the team with more team fight and or clinks. But mostly the team with more team fight. Old 11. Doesn't have Blink Dagger just yet on this Night Stalker. What did I say was my time limit for this item? 25? Well, we're there now. And there's no real progress on this Night Stalker. The thing is, he'll trigger Dark Ascension, then what? Who the hell cares? Like, okay, here's Rolling Thunder, but what can DUI do? He does have the Blink Dagger to get forward, but okay, cool. Now they don't have Rolling Thunder, and they have to defend the lane of Rax. Fly. In on it, still has his Aegis available. And the thing, without this Blink Dagger from Night Stalker, they literally can't even stop this. Kaka, oh my god. They just, yeah, GG. Don't waste anybody's time, yo. Don't waste it. Woof. IG. Nice turnaround with the draft here. They managed to secure themselves the game. Big yikes. A big game. So in this game, IG, this was a much better draft from them, but the victory didn't just come from the draft itself. A large portion of this victory, I think, for the side of IG came from, well, the draft helped a lot, the lane matchups helped a lot, but they just played very stable Dota. Honestly, this Vici draft, yeah. Where's the... You saw them. Again, same thing that happened with IG in game 1. They'd smoke, and then what? What does this lineup do when you smoke? Until you get the Blink Dagger on Old 11, not really that much. It's not like they're playing him on a Tide Hunter or something. It's not like the Razor is a Storm Spirit who can go forward for you. It's just... It's Razor. It's supposed to be Razor, you know? Old 11's the only hero, the only player on the team that can do stuff. But yeah. Yo, that was a hard game. Vici, woof. I really also underestimated how strong the Storm Spirit's performance would be in the laning phase. He did so well. Ori was not able to control Emo at all. And because Emo got off to such a strong laning start, his initial rotations came at a very good time when he's high on levels, looking good in his itemization. And then he's just getting kill after kill after kill after kill after... I mean, look at this. Just kill. Ends the game 10-0-5. His team ends with 19 kills, dude. That's... yeah. Great performance from IG on this one. Just a free game, honestly, for all of their cores. And yeah... just not possible for Vici. So it looks like once we get to game 3, it's going to be a team fight bonanza because I highly doubt we're going to see Razor Drow again. For Ori, it's probably going to be like a Leshrac, Ember Spirit, Void Spirit, maybe he picks up, TA, Shadow Fiend, heroes that can do stuff. And this Vici gaming draft just ended up not being able to do anything. So I hope that when it gets to game 3, they can do stuff and that we have a more entertaining game because this was a blowout in favor of the side of IG. So here's your channel points. Enjoy it. If you bet for an IG, there you go. Live life, live large. The laning phase went poorly. And honestly, in this game for Vici, I don't think he can win with poor lanes. Well, they didn't. You know, they got dumpstered. We'll see what happens in game 3. IG on the momentum swing. And generally speaking, whenever IG wins game 2, they tend to win the series. Whether or not that's going to be the case in this one, we'll find out together. So go get a walk, go get some water. In the meantime, make sure that you're following the channel. Make sure that you are a subscriber if you've been enjoying yourself. You can't subscribe, I get it, I understand. You know, throw in some bits, make a young one-time donation. Follow me on Twitter. There's several ways that you can support the stream, even if not monetarily. And with that, game 2 done, game 3 coming. Better be more exciting than this. So don't go anywhere. I-League, a lower bracket final, concluding soon with one more game, one more showdown, one best of 3, ending with a game 3 match. Come back in about 10 minutes and we'll resume, continue, and finish this incredible action, this incredible hype, and the lower bracket finals here in the I-League.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're back in it. We're out here. We're doing it. Game number 3 here in the lower bracket final for the I-League Season 2 in 2021. We will, after this, have our second entrance into the grand finals. IG took game number 2, forced a decider upon us. Vici Gaming now will hope to reclaim the momentum from game 1, figure out a way past IG, book a rematch against the side of Team Aster, who's waiting in the grand finals for a challenger. One of these two teams has to rise to the occasion. One of them has to show that their road to TI is going to be paved with glory, not just with throwy games, because I wouldn't say throwy, but yeah, neither team looked good in the game that they lost. So let's hope that we have a better showing from them on this one. IG hoping to secure that victory, getting themselves the Tide Hunter yet again for JT. Vici Gaming, they've swapped things up right now, so we're not going to be having this Pangolier emerging for DY just yet. They go for the early Bloodseeker. They might still want Pango, but this way they cover in the event that Invictus Gaming want to pick Pango themselves. I wonder who the Bloodseeker is for. For Vici, most of the time that I've seen this hero, it generally tends to come from Old 11. Oh snap! Oh snap! Oh snap! R2YJ2Y. Shout out, fam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. Shout out to you. I've seen you being active in chat all day. You've been out here. You've been a legend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. IG went for the Kaka Rubik. So not going to be a Lion pick for themselves. That's actually somewhat interesting. So the Lion, of course, was picked up immediately by PYW on the side of Vici Gaming. I want it to be 69. Lol. All right, look, your number 66. That's almost as cool. Still, shout out to you. Thank you, fam. Thank you. The interesting thing about the Rubik here for me is that it allows Kaka to still get the interesting things, the interesting spells from Lion. Down the line, he's absolutely going to end up stealing the Earth Spike. Then suddenly, although you might not have Blink Hex, you have Blink Telekinesis and into the Earth Spike. So still going to be some amazing initiation possible from him.
10 seconds remaining.
One of the great things as well is that as a Bloodseeker is running towards you, you can toss him back, buy your team some time to maneuver around that hero and or get some counter attacks going. Vici, I would definitely do not want to see them go for this all-in skirmish route from game 2. So I hope this is the old 11 Bloodseeker, and then the other heroes, like Ori should play, like I said, I want to see Shadow Fiend, I want to see Leshrak, I want to see DP. I do not want to see heroes that don't do anything, even if they have a bad game. I want heroes that even if they have a bad game at the beginning, can still help the team out as they accrue levels. IG, remove the Disruptor. It's interesting that they banned Disruptor. I feel like it would have been kind of cool for them to play, but you don't want to take the risk of Bloodseeker Disruptor. Pretty strong combo. They actually might still decide to play Pango, because they're banning out this Grimstroke right now. I mean, they've already seen the power of 5 Pango. I could certainly see them going for it, actually. Especially with having Tide Hunter able to give Ravage. Once the Ravage hits onto Bloodseeker, then they focus all their chain disable efforts on the Bloodseeker to prevent the rupture. And then the Rolling Thunder just comes through and destroys the fight. But that being said, Vici might just decide they want Pango for themselves still. I mean, their 5 position is still open for DY. Of course, he didn't have nearly as much success in game 2, but I don't think the support pairing was the problem from game 2, for Vici Gaming at least. Fried Hamster Sven. Yes, we haven't seen Sven the whole day, which is kind of peculiar. Hasn't been picked or banned. Nor have we seen Clinks either. Both of those heroes completely ignored. I mean, for IG, right now, you don't necessarily want Clinks versus Bloodseeker, but you could definitely pick Sven. BKB carrier doesn't worry all that. You can get ruptured and just stand there and say, come at me. Are you really going to come at me? Probably not.
For Vici, they could also go for the Sven themselves so that they have that heavy cleave damage versus Tidehunter, or just having access to the Burning Barrage versus that hero can be quite useful as well. Where are we going with this for Vici? They ban the Silencer. There's no Grimstroke. They have Bloodseeker. Oh god, they're gonna pick Pango. Alright, just do it, y'all. Just do it. Now Pango legit though is really attractive.
5 seconds remaining.
And it would help them by covering, or you know, they know to be a DY hero but not revealing much else about the rest of the draft. Hey, Saint D's out here. What's up, OG? Have you listened to Certified Lover Boy yet? Actually, please do, D. Like, listen. You need to listen to that. Cop that. Donda. What's the other one? The new Gorillaz joint. Yeah. Then we'll talk about it. Vici burning through a lot of the reserve time here. And Witch Doctor is going to be the option here for DY. Maledict versus Tidehunter, really good. The paralyzing cost can be decent, but another thing as well is having access to the Blood Right. That silence makes it a lot easier to cover the Witch Doctor ultimate, make sure that the Death Ward is going out onto multiple targets. But also, crucially, in the laning phase, you now have that additional Voodoo Restoration. So they might be deciding to go for a weaker safe lane hero. I highly doubt if you're playing Bloodseeker safe lane who has his own sustained capabilities through the Thirst, I doubt you pick Witch Doctor to help him out there. I mean, sure, you might argue that then you have Coconut to set up for Blood Right, but feels a bit wonky to me, so I doubt this is the lane for Vici. We'll probably have Bloodseeker go down with the Lion, and then Witch Doctor will head up top with, I'm not sure, but a bit of a weaker laner. On the other side, though, IG, Iosfen, let's go! Let's go! Iosfen, let's go! Let's go! We normally have Omni Knight Sven, and in this game, I probably would have preferred Omni Knight Sven. Heavenly Grace would have been amazing here for multiple targets. Especially if you give Heavenly Grace to Sven, Tidehunter has his own Kraken Shell. There's still the unknown mid laner. But that would have been huge, just making them so much tankier and more sustainable in the fights. But Io's still going to help out as well. A ton of attack speed for themselves. Making sure that once they get to the point in the game where Io and Sven are just playing in the jungle, farming heavily, wherever on the map JT is on the Tidehunter, if he finds a target, he can ravage that target, bring in the Io Sven. Global reach, always very useful.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Vici Gaming respond to this by going for the Ursa for themselves. Witch Doctor Ursa. This is... Oof. Maledict Fury Swipes. Maledict Fury Swipes. Oof. Oof.
10 seconds remaining.
If Sven dies, so far, yeah. If Sven dies, then IG is cooked, but the way they're looking right now, it does not seem like an easy prospect to get to that Sven and kill him. But I do like the fact that both teams are very heavy on having some degree of sustain, some definite team fight. We're not just going to be having small skirmishes in and outs. This Ursa as well, you don't obviously, you'll never outfarm the Sven, ever. But if you do get a good enough game, then you can get to the place where Sven doesn't enjoy fighting against you for a significant period of time until he gets much stronger than you. Especially pre-BKB, the aforementioned Maledict can make a huge difference. And of course, you do sometimes get those hilarious moments where the IO tether target gets paralyzing cost, the IO gets cost, and then it just bounces between them. That's always funny. Doesn't happen as much anymore these days, but still a possibility. They still have burst from the Lion. They've got some silence coming up from the Bloodseeker. Still need a hero that's going to tie this all together for Vici, though. On the bright side as well, they can sort of prevent JT from having a game. Witch Doctor Ursa can 100% prevent Tidehunter from having any type of Dota game. It all depends on whether or not they are going to be playing aggressively into the Tide in the laning phase itself. We still don't know what hero Ori is playing, so rotations will obviously be possible as time goes on. TA, Shadow Fiend banned, so neither of those for Ori. For Emo, you can't play Void Spirit, no Invoker, no Lina, no Storm Spirit, so most likely Ember. Is Quap in the game? Yeah, play Quap, dude. Buy BKB, but then, there's Lion, whatever, play Quap, yeah, play Quap, play Quap. There is a Lion, but can't play in fear, gotta play aggressively. If this was Elephant, they probably would go back for a Leshrac pick right here, but I kind of feel I don't like IO in games where there's two tether targets. I like IO when there's one very clear, this person gets the tether, this person plays with the IO. Whatever other hero we get that occupies the other core role, that hero has to play a lot more aggressively, make space more often than anything else. If Puck was still a hero, I'd say maybe you play that, but yeah, dude, just play Queen of Pain. There we go. Just play Queen of Pain, bro. Vici, we need a hero for Ori. What's left for our boy Ori here? Ori needs to do an impression of maybe from TI8. Tell the team that I want Kunkka. Give me Kunkka, man. Give me Kunkka. Again, Puck, if it was a hero, I'd say play that, but it's not, so play Kunkka. What's going to be the option here for Vici? Oh, God.
Choose your hero.
In case it is not apparent, I'm not a fan of this hero. Less because of its impact in the games, but just there's certain heroes that honestly I feel ruin Dota. Tinker ruins Dota. I hate. Oh, I hate this hero. God damn, I hate this hero. Sigh. But besides the hate, thinking about its role in this game, I'm beyond the hate of the Tinker itself. I'm actually entirely unconvinced as to whether or not it wins this game. I've seen the Tinker playing against Fens before. It doesn't tend to bode well for the Tinker. One of the problems is that nowadays, the build-up for Sven often incorporates Silver Edge, right? There will come a point in the time when the Tinker is just trying to split push the map. Sven can catch you and can kill you very quickly. Queen of Pain can catch you. Might not necessarily be able to kill you. Can set up for a relocate to do so. You don't... There's no easy ways to make your influence felt in this game as a Tinker. You know, it's not like you just show up to a fight, cast 1 or 2 spells, and then it's all over. The mischance is great against the Sven, but you know he's going to get BKB at some point. Same is going to be true from the Quap. Quap might even go for the Orchid this game. We used to see a lot of Mage Slayer from that hero, but if you just get Orchid, you know, Tinkers don't always buy Yule Scepters these days. You generally go like what? Go like Blink, Aghanim Scepter, Aghanim Shard is usually the build-up on this hero. So that means no Dispel for that Orchid if it does come out. Nobody on your team has a definite save, which I think helps a lot when you have the Tinker in the game. Yeah, outside of hating Tinker as a concept, just the idea of this hero pisses me off. Outside of that, I actually don't think it's the best hero for this game.
There will be pain.
I think Vici have a rough time ahead of them. I think IG is... Before I say that, though, hold on. Let me open predictions before I say anything. One thing that is a bit of a issue, and that's a bit of a problem as well, is that... So, Tidehunter has a bad lane. Should have a bad lane. We've seen in this series that wisdom has not often been operational. So, Tide should have a bad lane. Emo should have a decent lane through middle. Bottom lane should be pretty good for the Sven. I don't think it's enough to just beat Tidehunter in this lane. I feel like the Sven... I feel like this Tinker doesn't really address the Sven, right? I mean, sure, at some point you are going to get yourself access to that young Aghanim Scepter. You know, you get the Shrink Ray. The Shrink Ray is important not just for the increase in damage, right? But it's the HP pool. Like, it's a decrease in damage from the opponent because of the mischance, but making the hero easier to kill. That's the general idea, but there's an IO who sort of mitigates that entirely just by existing. I would have liked a harder disable. Now there's a lot of pressure on this Lion because he's their only stun now on the team here for Vici Gaming. Paralyzing cost, not a reliable form of disable in the midst of engagement, so I think I like the IG draft. I am going IG. I'm going IG. Let me know what y'all are going. Predictions are open. Make them. Decide as we go into the finale. The lower bracket final ends here. Game 3. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This mid lane matchup should be one that draws in favor of the Queen of Pain, I believe.
Certainly not.
Of course, nowadays, the Tinker, you gotta get a lot of harass out of homing missiles, but the old days of marching the machines and guaranteed lane victories every single time are gone. Bottom. Ooh, they almost got a kill here onto the IO. But IO will live. Old 11 and Fly, both of them will have all the sustain they need. The question is, between PYW as well as Ollie, which one of these two supports will die first? Fly has Stormhammer in 2 seconds. Doesn't have the mana for it just yet, but this is such an aggressive and exciting lane for both plays. Both sides are going to have a very good time. Like, this is a fun lane to play. Like, everyone's going to enjoy themselves, you know? Because you're going to be playing high-level Dota. Honestly, these kind of lanes are the most fun when neither of you have an easy time getting kills and it's very back and forth. In this top lane, early levels for Poyoyo before you get more points into Overpower and Fury Swipes. Still possible for Tide to have a decent time in the lane, but as time goes on, life gets harder for Tide. Limited amount Kaka can do on the Rubik to ensure the survivability in perpetuity for that Tide Hunter. So as time goes on, I'm expecting the top lane CS to tick up and up and up for that Ursa. Mid lane though, ish, now we're level 3. Yep. First couple levels, it's okay for Tinker, but from then on, yeah, this is not going to start getting very fun, very enjoyable. Although, as I say this though, Ori's been beating Emo. Well, he didn't beat him last game, but two of them have been having very close contests between each other. One of the big deals, I think, for how this laning phase pans out is whether or not Poyoyo, like, where he goes after the Diffusal Blade. I think it's quite important that after you get Diffusal, you're able to do something with it initially. And they might be looking for First Blood in the top lane. They're going to find it. JT takes out DY. He doesn't have any points into the Maledict. Only Voodoo Restoration and Paralyzing Cask. So can't actually play aggressively in that lane. It leads to a... oh, okay, I think that's GG. It legit sounds hyperbolic from me. I'm not even joking. I think that kill right there, giving JT that start, it's over. Now Emo's going to start pulling ahead as well, middle over this Tinker. Bottom lane is, of course, going to be free farm for the Sven. Even when left alone. Against Bloodseeker, Lion, not really that scary for Sven, honestly. Io might end up losing his life here, but does have a tether target in the form of Emo. And still has a way to TP back bottom. In fact, they might want to use this opportunity to play aggressively onto Ori. Gets off the defense matrix. Will keep him in good stead. Absorbs the damage. But look at this. Unlike in the previous games, Fly abandoned for the moment. Although this time around, Ollie did draw PYW with him. But the individual matchup is good enough that Fly is still off to a very, very good farm rate and farm pace. The build-up for me for Emo is going to be very interesting this game. What does he deem more important? Are we going to get Orchid, Sanjin Kaya, early BKB? There's a bevy of different builds I've seen on this Queen of Pain hero. But no decisions made just yet. For now, it's just a farm fest everywhere on the map. Bottom lane, they couldn't find the Blood Rite combo. Sven's movement speed a little bit too high right now. And top, they finally have Maledict. So now they can start finally playing aggressively into JT. This is what I wanted to see. Look how much damage you take, dude. 1 round of spells. That's level 1 Maledict. He's not going to die, but my god. Had Poyoyo been closer initially to go in with the right clicks as the Maledict cask landed, JT would be dead right now. And that's the kind of pressure I wanted to see from that top lane, but similar to what happened in game 2, it feels like too little too late. I wanted to see that play 90 seconds ago. The fact that it's happening now, not good enough. He felt he had to go the restoration at level 2 in the lane. But it ends up biting him in the ass. We've seen the entire day how small marginal laning decisions can have much larger impacts down the line. PYW gonna end up dying here. Kaka brings him down with the Fade Bolt and also gonna be here to body block this Tinker. Blood Rite thrown in. It's gonna help to silence some targets because Old 11 is here to try and help the Tinker, but unfortunately with Sonic Wave and the Blink, they're easily able to find the kill. JT left alone top will finally end up getting brought down by this Maledict, but Poyoyo, can he escape? Trying to run through the trees. Scream of Pain chases him. Do they have the vision clear on him? They do not. He's juking and jiving in the trees. Will he be able to get out? Does he flee? He does not, because Emo finds him with the Scream of Pain. Quap out here. She gets a kill onto this Tinker. Moves to the top lane to help find a kill onto the Ursa. Emo, in a short span of time, involved in 3 kills on the map. Well ahead of the net worth of the Tinker now. And IG. Still not... None of this is coming at a cost. Still getting full free farm. Down bottom for the Sven, who's now activating God Strength. They want to try and run down Old 11. He activates the Blood Rite, so that'll give him leeway to escape the lane, but ultimately, you can't approach it yet again until Fly leaves. More time for the Sven to farm. And this Bloodseeker is getting the most out of his team, but he can't necessarily just try and hard carry it, right? He can still build Maelstrom to make sure that his team has a hero who's also farming on the side. But there are concerns because, again, it's Ursa building Diffusal Blade. Who's he going to use it on when he gets the item? By the time he gets the Diffusal Blade, these IG heroes will be so strong. It'll be hard for him to easily initiate. And remember, they don't have like a Night Stalker. Okay, Night Stalker didn't work out for them. They don't have like a Tide Hunter for very easy initiations. Don't have a Storm Spirit to just dive forward, hold heroes in place. Even when Tinker gets Blink Dagger, doesn't have a natural stun to ensure that the Ursa can close the gap. Tinker will activate the Keen Convenience to get to the top lane. They want to try and kill JT here. And JT threatening with Ravage, making it difficult for them to consider actually pulling the trigger and jumping on him. And instead, look who showed up. Emo's here, looking for the Sonic Wave. Might not even need it. We'll throw it out just to be safe. Defense Matrix was out on PYW. And Poyoyo looks for some revenge here onto Kaka. They will be able to find him. Emo might also die inside the Blood Rite. Old 11 showed up for this. This is very, very good to pick up. Old 11, can he keep the chase going onto JT? Io is going to be there with the tether, so making this a very unpalatable kill to try and go for. Still, though, they get the kill onto Emo. Very big trade there for Vici Gaming and a lot of gold for Old 11. Fight might still happen around the stack. Kaka coming in. There's 5 heroes here from the side of Vici Gaming, so they really want to try and find this fight. That paralyzing cask from DY saves the life of Tinker, but not for long. Here comes the Stormhammer. Fly engages with his team. They trigger the God Strength, and not only do they find the kill, they want the tier 1 tower as well. Old 11 might also not be safe. Trying to flee onto the high ground. Scream of Pain gonna be there, adding some damage. He has the Blood Rite available. Does drop it down, but Emo has Blink. Will pass the Blood Rite. In with the Scream. Gonna be another kill for the Queen of Pain. And the team's already positioned towards this mid lane to secure the tier 1 tower in this lane.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
IG 7 and 3 on the kill score. 1k lead ahead on the gold. But crucially, look how far ahead Fly is. And he's going to clean up a very juicy... Okay, how much gold does he have now? 700 gold? All right, how much gold do we think he's getting out of that stack? I think he's getting 1,000 at least. Top lane. JT gets ruptured. Trying to run away. Should die here. Maledict, Rupture, Blood Rite, all of these spells. Even with the Kraken Shell, there's no way to escape. Fly finishes now the creep wave with the help of Emo. So because the Emo Scream of Pain killed the last Ancient Black Dragon, he didn't get 1,000 gold, but it was actually 1,000 gold. Crazy, fam. Now has the full Echo Saber, I believe, flying in towards him. Oh boy. Tinker, how far is the Blink Dagger, fam? It's only 11 minutes in. It shouldn't be all doom and gloom right now. They're still getting farm on this Poyoyo Ursa. Diffusal Blade not too far away. The only problem is sometimes you get this Diffusal Blade and you find it doesn't actually accelerate you beyond that. And because Old 11 is building Rod of Atos first, he might turn back for the Gleipnir later on in the game, but having Atos first means that his own farm speed is going to be slowed down somewhat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scared.
Bottom lane. They get a jump out onto Kaka. Finger of Death was used. And Kaka does die. Old 11, will he be able to get out to safety? No, he won't. Sonic Wave flies in from Emo. And it ends up taking him out. He was almost away back to safety. But Vici Gaming, everywhere they go, they keep getting responded to. And it's not just responses. It's kills that IG are picking up whenever they make these movements. And now that everyone's abandoned top as well, JT just going to be able to secure the tower. Now, if he wants to, he's going to be either able to keep this top lane always under threat, or he can go bottom to make it very difficult for Vici to push onto the tier 1 tower that side. And looks like we have the answer of the itemization from Emo. The decision is going to be Yule Scepter for the Queen of Pain. This way, if they ever find Tinker, they can make sure to isolate him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nothing's more annoying sometimes than you find the Tinker, you think you've got him, but he gets away like right in front of your face. But now you have the Yule Scepter. Oli's going to be able to toss him up. And once he's being used, relocates are very easy to come in. Will also allow you to dodge Blood Rite if you ever get caught without your blink. And depending on how fast your fingers are, it can be useful against Lion as well. Right now though, Tinker in danger. Tinker dead. Bye-bye. The relocate does come in. Several heroes do get caught by this reload. But look at this. Kaka stole the defense matrix. Just throws it in onto the Sven. Additional protection, making sure that they have the status resistance. Honestly, he should keep the spell. Because if you have the spell, then it's sort of like having an Omni-Knight in your team in terms of status resistance. Well, can't keep it if you're dead though.
Dire's top tower.
And JT nearby gets Hex. They have Ravage. Do they want to use it? Yes, they do. 3 heroes getting caught inside this. There's a double damage rune on Emo. Doesn't really want to dive forward though. And IG, it feels like they thought they were going to be able to make that happen a lot more easier than they actually did. Emo, he left. He's not with his team. So Fly, why are you sticking around? Okay. Emo didn't jump back for Sonic Wave at the same time as that Stormhammer came through. That was the idea of sticking around for the Ravage. Seeing if they could make a pincer maneuver like that. Instead, they just give up the life of the Sven and open up the path to Roshan. Vici Gaming already inside the pit right now. Poyoyo though, not going to be able to finish it off. Emo here with Oli. But, Emo? Emo? IG? Okay. I did not expect this sequence of events. Both of their core heroes literally wander into bad positions, feeling overconfident by having the IO tether. Oh god, to give away extremely important kills. And not just the 2 important kills, but they also end up giving away this Aegis. Poyoyo now has that additional layer of protection. This is before he even gets Diffusal Blade. How did IG allow this to happen? This is something. This is something. Mid lane. Yo, Kaka still wants to win the game though. Kaka's like, I don't know what y'all are up to that side, but come on guys. Be serious. Let's win.
Radiant are scanning.
PayPal received. Smoke up right now from the side of IG. Emo and Kaka moving towards this bottom lane where they don't have a Ravage to play with, but they can blink away. Nicely done. 2 heroes also caught with the Earth Spike. Here comes the relocate. DY got Sonic Wave onto the high ground, so he's still alive for the fight, but he can't help Poyoyo stay alive as he's getting cleaved down. They take away the first life. Rupture out onto Fly. The reload gonna take the Sven back with Yayo. JT and Emo quickly blink away to safety. Might not be safe for JT as he's still being pursued by DY and Old 11. PYW getting closer. After the Rod of Atos of Old 11, they find the Hex. Finger of Death was there as well, but unfortunately, Kraken Shell did its work, bought some time. But even more unfortunately for JT, couldn't do that much work. He was thinking to turn around with the Ravage, doesn't get the opportunity to do so. I can't believe that DY survives that fight. Emos inadvertently saved his life. The Sonic Wave pushed him onto the high ground. It also inadvertently kills JT because it allows DY to then apply the Maledict back over towards the Tidehunter. So despite the fact that they lost Poyoyo, I feel like it's overall okay for Vici Gaming, as they still get the tier 1 tower bottom. They don't lose all that much themselves. And it was just an Aegis life, so it's fine. Dota 2, y'all. Game of margins. Game of freaking margins. Anything can happen. Fly now with BKB. This is where he needs to make things happen for the squad. BKB, Mask of Madness, 200 gold away from also having back the Echo Saber. They would love to move and smoke out on the map. Look how far ahead the Sven is. A full item on this Ursa. Sadly, it's difficult to use it. Oh, bottom. Lot of Atos down. They're going in again. There might be a Ravage. It comes... What is happening with IG? What is happening with IG? A good question. The relocate was quite bizarre. Like, the relocate location in particular didn't make sense to me. And now, they get dragged back with the Sven. Io's gone. Sven is dead too. IG? 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 JT solo ravages DY despite knowing for a fact that he's dead. He's played Tidehunter against Witch Doctor before. He knows he's dead. He knows he's not going to stop that Death Ward from killing him. And he also knows that the Vici heroes will have retreated. So the Ravage goes nowhere. The relocate from Ollie, he knows that they're not going to actually reach the tier 2. That if they are going to fight, it's going to be a little bit further out. But he relocates so far back anyway. And then he also takes the Sven back with him into a dangerous part of the map because they were farming inside the dire jungle. Vici Gaming. I cannot believe that what I'm seeing here. They've gotten so much gold just given away somewhat by the side of IG. Now Tinker's almost got his Aghanim Scepter. We still have the one BKB sure from the Sven, but the way things have been going might not be enough all by itself. Oh boy. Oh boy. At the very least, Queen of Pain is going to be building into the Orchid Malevolence, so that's going to buttress her ability, not just to catch Tinker, but now you have another way of cancelling the Death Ward if Kaka isn't around, or if Fly is not there. That's been one of their major struggles. Whenever Death Ward is coming out, what do we do to stop it? We need a lot of low-cost solutions. IG. Despite a questionable last few minutes, They're still going to be in on the top line, on the top side of the map, taking out the tier 2 tower. First ones to remove it, so they can now pivot towards taking out this outpost. Additional experience, some more map control. Vici, of course, want to be able to take the opposite tier 2 so they can get the same advantage for themselves, but we'll have to be content for now just having some vision in the Radiant jungle here, allowing Poyoyo to keep farming. Closer towards BKB we go. Dictator 8. Dictator 8, lol. IG gonna smoke up right now. Does JT have blink? Yes, he does. So they want to reveal this. He's gonna be the first one to port bottom. His arch nemesis DY is the one that's in front of him. So is PYW. So it's only these two supports. They pop the smoke. They get the vision out. PYW is gonna port away. 5 hero smoke for killing DY. Okay, worth. Again, you remember in the previous game I was talking about how beautiful it is to watch Vici move on the map? It's stuff like that, dude. They have the preemptive vision. They understand where the rotation's gonna come from. Top lane, this might not be as beautiful though, because Old 11 will be prey to a relocate gank. Finds himself getting taken out by Emo. Weirdly enough, that is the first usage of the Orchid in this game. Nonetheless, does gain them the kill. At the same time though, PYW and Poyoyo, they want to reveal a surprise of their own. BKB on Ursa. And they have vision of some targets. They see the IO, they see the Tidehunter. They definitely want the IO. Ollie, much easier kill here. But not easy to get to, unfortunately. So the smoke gank will ultimately end up being unsuccessful. Another blink dagger for IG, so this can help them stabilize. Look, they should still be winning the game, and they're back on track to just keep out farming. Sven is still keeping and maintaining his pace over and above this Ursa. Now that he has Blink, BKB, Mask of Madness, and Echo Saber, time to build us into the Silver Age. He's starting with Chrysalis, and then he'll ask his team, do they feel like it warrants Silver Edge or Daedalus? And they'll probably tell him Silver Edge is fine. Top lane, UIW, try to get a Hex out onto Kaka. But the help from Emo will be there. And with the lift back, Kaka should be able to blink away. He actually doesn't have his blink yet. He's bought the blink, but it's not on him as a hero. So he actually might die still. That is... Where was the courier? Hold on, I want to see where the courier... Oh, feels so sad. Right there. Right there. The courier was coming. Would have lived had it arrived in time. But sadly, it did not. So Kaka will die. And Vici Gaming reclaim their outpost. Get back some experience for themselves. And of course, the presence of Poyoyo in that fight to get that kill allows the Ursa to get more gold towards the Basher. The late game situation is such an interesting one in this game. For the most part, the Ursa can be very, very good against the Sven in those kind of situations. And speaking of Sven, gets caught out. Reload will be there from Ollie to save him. He's fine. No, he's not. Maledict. Holy shit, he didn't pop BKB. Old 11 also gets the rupture damage out from that. Wow, that was a lot of damage in a short span of time. Ollie now going to be in danger too. At least gets the tether away. Back to Emo. That was so much damage in a short span of time. Sven gone. They did commit the Finger of Death as well as the Death Ward for that. So IG will have the teamfight advantage here. Vici Gaming should be very careful if they want to push for the tower. IG smoked in. Behind on the side. Poyoyo has a defense matrix. Very unappetizing target to jump on. Between the defense matrix and enrage, it's actually really difficult to chain disable this Ursa in this game. Vici. Roshan up in 20 seconds. They're trying to scout it out. Not going to be able to do so. God, Vici's playing well. They're being given some favors, to be sure, but they're certainly making all the correct decisions. I wonder where we go after since we have double rupture now. BKB, it seems. Maybe you go Gleipnir after this. Would certainly not be amiss to have a Gleipnir versus both Tide and Queen of Pain. Although Tide Hunter, the Quap of Pain, she does sort the build up into BKB of her own. Went for the value plate mail just so she has some kind of protection against this right click damage of Vici. Man, the physical damage they deal is quite insane. Fly. Oh god, Fly's been scouted. Fly's been hexed. Do they have the kill here? Ollie trying to get him out. Will he be able to do so? There's the reload. This time around it's fine. Worked out. They took him back home. Allow him to heal. JT comes in. Huge ravage on the 3, but the Sonic Wave doesn't kill anybody. Now Poyoyo turns up with the BKB and the Blood Rite onto 2 of the PYW. Found the 2-hero Thirst. Oh my god, what an Earth Spike from PYW on the back of that fight. Immediately, JT buys back. PYW, will he die for this? Yes, he will. Fly takes him out with a double kill. What a stun from that Lion. Catching the Queen of Pain as well. Allowing the Blood Rite to trigger onto her. Giving them the capability of bringing down Emo. They had a buyback out on JT. But Vici have only lost their supports. They just have to wait until their supports are back online. The thing is, why Vici need to keep fighting for this Roche? Roche number 2 is extremely important for them. They're playing with Tinker. If they get Roche 2, they get the free March of the Machines on the Aghanim Shard, which is amazingly strong on that hero. Not as broken as it used to be, but it's still very strong. IG inside the Roshan pit. Can they fight against Old 11? They throw in the Stolen Rupture against the Bloodseeker. Real Rupture comes in. Stolen again. Oh no, this one was both Ruptures. So one in either direction. The durations are finished. Who's going to be using the next one? Old 11 has replenished one of the charges. Poyoyo slowly but surely bringing down the Roshan. Blood Rite buying some space. Fly trying to jump in. BKB is applied by everybody. Poyoyo gets the Aegis. There's a Death Ward as well from DY. Fly needs to leave the Roshan pit, but he cannot. And Ollie doesn't relocate him out in time. Suddenly, he needs to find a way to flee here. Won't be able to because he gets caught by Vici Gaming. Burst away. Another finger charge for PYW, but more importantly, another IO Sven death. What is IG doing? They have lost all their composure in this game. Vici Gaming are just playing way too clean. And IG, their early sloppiness now being punished pretty hard. Especially that like sort of 3-4 minute portion of the game where everyone was making weird plays. There's no extra defensive item now available for the Queen of Pain. That means when she gets jumped on, she's very susceptible to the damage coming in from Vici. Fly's BKB has already been run down to 7 seconds, despite not really giving them that much of an advantage. And to make matters worse, Ursa is now on top of the Sven in net worth. And as Sven, you need to be an item ahead of Ursa. If you're even with Ursa, you're losing. Ursa will rip you to shreds if you both have equivalent amounts of net worth. Yo, Vici. Wow. Wow. Yeah, they gave Ursa the shot. Tinker was like, nah, I'm straight, fam.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I cannot believe what my eyes are telling me here. But Vici is doing it, y'all. Vici want to book their rematch. They feel they could have taken Team Asta yesterday. They want to try for it. Want to try again. Want another bite at the cherry.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vici right now in the driver's seat with the state of the game. The question is, can they remain that way? I think so. IG haven't necessarily covered themselves with glory in terms of how they fight on the map. And Vici Gaming, they also now have access to a full Holy Locket with the Aghanim shot of the Death Ward. Oh, jump in. Emo managed to get the Orchid Silence out very quickly before he could get jumped on. IG, smoke back. Old 11 now has the BKB. Ursa still sitting with the Sages. So they need to smoke the long way around because the primary target of Ursa is a terrible one to go on. And they might find DY here with Spirit Balls. Will they catch him? Yes, they do. And they go in for this jump. Should be a very easy way to get this kill. On the high ground, though, PYW gets the Hex out onto the Sven. Stormhammer thrown back. Poyoyo onto Kaka with the BKB. This Rubik might die here, but with the Sonic Wave, they also managed to do a lot of damage onto Old 11. But look at JT's life going down. Rupture dropped in by Old 11 now also. Man, that spell has been so good for them in this game. And despite the fact that they jump on and kill DY first, they end up losing 3 heroes in the grand scheme of things. The damage from Poyoyo is too high. The survivability of Old 11 and the gang is too high. And that's after you use Ravage. That's the scary part. It would have been one thing if they ended up losing that fight. But they didn't commit Ravage. They didn't commit Sonic Wave. They didn't commit God Strength. All of these were used up and still IG got chewed by the side of Vici Gaming. And now, wonder of wonders, Ursa is looking to be the one that has an item advantage over the Sven. The Satanic not very far away. Oh no, jump in. Look at this catch here. PYW. What an Earth Spike. This Ursa, so unafraid. He's just going in by himself. Homing missiles coming through from Ori. Enables them to get this kill. Killing spree right now for this Tinker. Another big thing is that because of how wonky the period of the game went when IG was supposed to be strong on the map, this Tinker has also been able to play a largely uninterrupted game. They've never been able to catch him trying to split push. They haven't been able to find him with the Orchid Yules from the Queen of Pain. Then so far back, he's just been throwing in his spells without any contest. And now he has a Hex to his name as well. Even more control for the side of Vici Gaming. Should tell you everything you need to know about the game. That Tinker's like, why do I even need Aghanim Shot, dude? Everything's cool. Oh boy. Oh boy. Vici Gaming. Now just looking to slowly but surely close this one out. Poyoyo in the top lane almost has that Satanic arriving. They're going to take out the tier 2 tower. Very little that IG can do to defend this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bloodseeker will come back with a Gleipnir now. This is terrifying. Emo still doesn't have BKB of his own. Trying to close the gap and get that item, but only have the solitary BKB on the Sven. So all these spells, all this pressure, all this damage, is applying directly on top of them. You see now? The entirety of Vici smoke up. Where are they headed? Who are they going to find? They will come across Firefly. Okay, Ravage coming in. Sonic Wave over Old 11. He dies. Poyoyo in the meantime does find Kaka. JT getting ran down by Poyoyo. With the rockets from Ori, they do manage to get the kill. Homing missile to Ori now on the high ground. Hex out onto Emo. This is going to be the chain disable they need. PYW in with the Earth Spike. They bring down the Queen of Pain. She does have buyback. Low to use it, but it is available. And all they've gotten out of this is the death on Old 11. He brought back Fly, Silver Edge going out, but he gets scouted. They saw him. He can't get the kill. He wanted PYW, but PYW has a gem. So the Silver Edge does not help him. Instead, it ends up dooming him. I think that's the game. with no Sven, no Tidehunter, the only thing that's saving this from being a game actually is the fact that Vici's gaming has terrible push. And it takes them quite a lot of effort to get through these buildings. If they could do so faster, this would probably be a full set of racks already. Poyoyo jumps onto Kaka. Oli brought back to try and save him. Can do nothing but watch him get taken away before his eyes. And now, even though they have 2 heroes up, these 2 heroes can't stop this push. First lane of racks claimed now by Vici Gaming, and they're not done just yet. They're gonna go for bottom. 25 seconds, no Sven. 52 seconds, no Rubik. Vici Gaming utilizing their numerical advantage. They're gonna get 2 full lanes of racks. Not the best pushers in the game. You don't need to be. And Sven up in so few seconds, but can do nothing. Now Vici get the melee racks. They get out. Vici Gaming, y'all. Vici Gaming. Dagon's now being built up by the Tinker. You're always terrified when Tinker feels he's gotten to the point where Dagons are the only acceptable way to get stronger. Emo gets BKB now, but unfortunately, right, I feel like it's fine to get the BKB at this point for Quap. It's very late. You needed this a lot earlier. But the issue is that even with BKB, it's not like you can go deep into the fight, right? It's not like Poyoyo doesn't have a Pistol Blade. It's not like there isn't an instant initiation from this Lion. It's not like there still isn't a Death Ward that does an obscene amount of damage. You're still not allowed to play the game as you want. But IG coming in for the possible Hail Mary play. This could be the last fight of the game. They have no buybacks on anybody. They lose anybody here. That hero is dead proper. Vici Gaming should be aware of this, but Vici also don't really have buybacks outside of the Tinker. IG gonna smoke up. JT still undercover. He's the one that needs to be very circumspect about the initiation. A good Blink Ravage could still change everything. Fly. Who does he find? He's trying to go forward. Poyoyo activates BKB. Just gonna jump onto Kaka. Kaka's gone. No buyback on the Rubik. Poyoyo no longer has BKB, but they don't have to worry about the Rubik anymore. Enrage, protect him from the Sonic Wave. Rupture, down onto Fly. And Fly is just gonna die. Death Ward flying over. They know what's up. Kaka knows what's happening. And he has seen enough. GG gets called. IG eliminated from the tournament here in the lower bracket final. As Vici Gaming claim the victory. Vici Gaming claim the game. Vici Gaming get themselves back into the grand finals. They've got a date with Team Master. They've got their rematch. Vici Gaming make the Tinker draft work. Shouldn't have worked. This was... Wow, IG threw this game. Woo! There were some questionable plays from IG in this one. Questionable. Woo! Hot damn. Question, yeah. Yeah. Vici did it though. Vici did it. In large measure, I think that it's one thing to just play better, but taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes, knowing that with the Ursa matchup, if you have a situation where you are positive against Sven, then you do think, yeah, to yourself, okay, as long as my team plays well around me, we'll be able to deal with the Sven. Their BKBs, I'll be honest and say that I don't think JT had a good game on his Tidehunter. I wasn't really impressed with the Ravages that we saw. And sometimes the Ravage would come at the same time as the Emo Sonic Wave, but I didn't really see Ravage, Sonic Wave, Stormhammer with Io there, cleaving through targets. There was a clear disconnect in communication on the side of IG. They did not play well as a team together. And frankly, you can't make IO drafts work unless you do that. You have to be extremely tight-knit in order for that to work out. A good example of what I mean here, remember that very ill-fated jump down bottom where JT was sort of baiting with his own life? He knows that there might be an assault onto him. He's ready with the Ravage. TP start coming in towards him from Kaka and Emo, but as soon as the advance comes in from Vici, when you look at the location of the Ravage is very poorly placed. The reload is very poorly placed. The reload back is very poorly placed. The initial Sonic Wave jump in was poorly placed. And you can't pick this draft and not have the crispest initiation and execution possible. We just never got that from IG. Vici Gaming, they don't necessarily have to pull in those kind of high-level plays to succeed with this draft. So much more straightforward affair from them. From IG, although they have the overwhelming team fight, they can't figure out how to utilize it. And they end up going down, not just in the series, but out of the tournament, eliminated from the I-League. Still a podium finish, so congratulations, IG. Third place, not terrible. Take home a healthy piece of scratch. Also, take home some, you think to yourself, we got third. Unfortunately, you're going to think to yourself, we got third. Only 5 Chinese teams, so we're in the middle of the pack. And it's not like the teams below us are amazing either. Expected more, honestly, from IG. From Vici, though, this kind of performance was good. Good recovery. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. Their date against Team Aster is not going to be an easy one. This is going to be a tango with the devil. We'll see whether or not they can make it happen, though. For now, they get to rest. We're going to take a break for it's a half-hour break. All in on Aster. I think Aster is definitely heavily favored coming into this one. Heavily favored. From what we saw in this series, the only way I could maybe say, yeah, okay, Aster might have trouble if they let through the Pango Lion, but yeah, Vici, they won, but wasn't the cleanest victory from them either. And I think a lot of this win had to do with, Poyoyo went off. Today was a very good roll of the dice from him. The coin flip was good, but IG honestly was shockingly poor in the games that they lost. They looked much better in game 2, but in game 1 and 3, they looked very bad. Vici looked awful in game 2. So, yeah, I would say that Team Aster is the team that is heavily favored going into the grand finals, but that is going to come later. For now, let's just say congratulations, Vici. Shout out, Vici. They have the victory. Now they must prepare because Team Aster is going to be coming up a little bit of time before that matchup. So in the meantime, go and stretch. Get your legs off the couch or off the chair, wherever you are. Take a small walk. Call up anybody in your life that you love and say, hey, what's up? You're cool. You're awesome. I love you. Drink some water. Follow the channel. We actually, although regrettably, R2IJ, regrettably you weren't able to be the 69th subscriber. Somebody early on did pass the Rubicon. We did it. 5,600 followers. Woo! Yay! Yay! Now on the road to 5.7. Let's get there. Let's get there before the end of the month. Let's get there before the end of the month. So thank you so much for everybody who's followed. Y'all pulled through. Y'all have done the thing. It's been very helpful, very beneficial. So make sure that you're following. If you want to become like R2YJ, who can spam out emotes, because we're gonna actually shout out Poyoyo. I think he is definitely the hard carry on this one. So shout out Poyoyo. Putting in work, spam out those emotes in chat. Or if you want to just become a bits person, give some cheers, get yourself on the front screen of the stream itself, you can do that. Or you can become a one-time donator, get yourself right here in the same way that the charging spirit cow is down. Shout out Ali for that one. With that, these games in the books, grand finals to come. So don't go anywhere because we're going to have Team Aster taking on Vici Gaming, a full BO5, which there's a little bit of bad news about that BO5, but I'll let you know what that bad news is going to be a bit later. So don't go anywhere. Stay locked, stay tuned, and we'll return with some more I-League action, grand finals action. Team Aster, Vici Gaming coming soon. So don't go anywhere. Keep it locked for some more incredible Dota 2 action. We finally here. It's grand finals, y'all. It's grand finals. I-League 2021 Season 2. We're here. We're in it. We're at the very end. The last game, the last matchup. It's all come down to this. Vici taking on Team Asta. BO5, baby. Full set. But yeah, let me tell you. Asta, yo. It's gonna be a scary day for Vici Gaming. Let's see what they got. Let's not delay. We've waited long enough. Let's go. Vici Gaming playing on the Radiant side. We've got Team Asta on the Dire. They had first pick. Lanem's on the team. We're getting Chen. Also, for some reason, these losses hurt a lot today. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? But we have ourselves this Chen pick very early on in the draft. We love to see it. Love to have it available. Grimstroke, Dragon Knight, immediate response from Vici Gaming, making sure that they can get themselves the young Soulbind combination. Make sure they have the push potential from DK, have Breathe Fire for the lane, and, you know, something stable for Old 11. He played this the other day. I think they lost this game with the DK, but it didn't look terrible, that game. And I really hope... Yo, they played Ori DK yesterday against Team Asta, and they got demolished. So I'm really hoping that they don't go back for that. Put this off lane. Off lane is fine. Off lane is fine. You also go ahead and pick up this Phoenix. Get the Supernova. Supernova going. All right. We don't know if they're going to be any high attack speed heroes on the side of Team Asta just yet. They did ban out the Clinks, Ursa, as well as the Slog on the side of Vici Gaming. Not just to cover the Phoenix pick, but listen. Monet Clinks, we've already seen it. Yeah. We've already seen Monet Ursa. It's one of his premier heroes. It was a while, like maybe earlier this year when Team Asta was looking really, really strong. There was a point in time when Monet was playing that Ursa every other game. I think he was one of the first people to stop moving into Battle Fury and start pivoting towards Diffusal Blade instead early on in the draft. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. What a difference it made. What a difference it made. And the way he played that out looked super solid half the time. It was really great. So not surprised to see them also ban that out, despite also it being good against the Ursa. I mean, the Phoenix in this situation. So now, let's see for the side of Team Asta. They've got the 1-2 now. What are we playing for XXX? This could be his Pango. His Pango is crazy. Insane. So good. It's White Album Co-op. Alright, so they're going to pick the Borax hero now. What are they? They might actually save the Borax hero for last. This might be the White Album hero. Oh! But Lost has got to come back on for this one. Oh, shit. A Pudge pick. Alright. This is most likely going to be the Borax Pudge. XXX on the Pangolier. And then, I mean, Monet, we've seen safe lane Pudges of recent times, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that that's what we're going to see. Vici, what do we get? Sven? Yeah, Sven. I mean, you also want to take away the Sven from the enemy team. You're looking at this draft right now. You're asking yourself, okay, what do they have against Sven? Not much, really. If this Sven actually gets to have a game of Dota 2, he's gonna run away with it. Like, it doesn't feel like there's that much that they can realistically do on the side of Team Asta to fully account for the Sven. Also, wait, this is kind of bizarre. Hold on. Something a little bit strange is happening here. Lol. Sorry, I gotta make my face bigger again. For some reason, what's happening here? Oh no. I should have done this in between games. It is what it is. What can we do? Big thing for me about the way that the rest of this game needs to go right now is I'm looking at how Team Asta are stacked up right now. They're playing extremely high tempo, right? Pango, Quap, Pudge, always doing stuff on the map, always active, always making positive plays happen for themselves. So there's going to be a concern and a consideration for what happens when they run out of physical damage, because they're lacking heavily on that front. Who's going to be carrying the game effectively? Don't want it to be Queen of Pain by herself. As at present, there's no real way of breaking past the Supernova. They don't have a hero that can deal with Sven. Troll's banned, Ursa's banned, the 2 heroes that could help with both jobs, and the Lifestealer taken out too. So what's left? Do you have to go like some Drow, some Sniper, something that just sits very far back and puts in damage that way? Because none of the melee heroes that are in the game right now feel like they have the ability to do it. What else has Monet been playing? No one plays Axe anymore. No one's really playing Luna. Anti-Mage doesn't seem that great for this game. Perhaps Juggernaut? That could be an option. High attack speed. But then it's Juggernaut into Sven. Yo, this Vici draft looks legit. Let me not lie to you. They've covered a lot of bases for themselves. How's PL here? I mean, there is a Dragon Knight, but maybe. It's gonna be Luna. Okay. That feels a bit risky here, if I'm honest. And Vici, go for the Ori puck. All right. I was mentioning in the previous game when they played against IG, there was at some point we saw a Queen of Pain pick emerge, right, from Emo on IG. And I was saying that if Puck was still a hero, then they should pick Puck. But Puck is in kind of an awkward place right now. And Vici Gaming, though, still feels strongly enough that they're like, you know what, we're gonna rock this hero. We're gonna bring it back. We're going to allow Ori to play. I mean, it's gonna be good against the Queen of Pain. It's gonna help them out against the Luna. It's lots of setup for the Sven. The hero doesn't actually have to do that much this game. Primarily just has to make sure that Sven is able to play Dota. If Sven's playing Dota, you've done your job, you know? Then you're good. You're happy. Dreamcoil, he'll be able to buy the Aghanim Scepter so that they have some BKB piercing disable. For obvious reasons, a leash against Queen of Pain is always very, very good. More cover for the Supernova, so it's even harder to reach the egg right now. Yo, no cap, I love this Vici draft. Not even I like it, I love it. This draft has everything you could possibly want in a draft of Dota 2. Their magic damage isn't the greatest, but they've got some team fight, they've got stuns, they've got some magic damage, they have a ton of physical damage. They have Roche taking capabilities with the Sven, they have building taking capabilities with the old 11 Dragon Knight, and they have good team fight with the Puck and the Phoenix. Team Asta, meanwhile, it's a bit wonkier, their particular draft. Very heavily based on snowballing, and snowballing super hard. This team basically has no breaks, they've got no stop. It needs to start and go and never stop the entire game. And it is possible to have that kind of play and that kind of game here, but I'm concerned about what happens if that doesn't go according to plan. To be fair, they do have Monet on this Luna, who, although might not be the premier hero of the patch anymore, it's still decent enough that it's playable, we can win games with it. But crucially, you can come back with it if the game is not going as well as you would like it to. Unfortunately, though, the hero itself has had some much needed happy changes, which make me a lot happier about life. So the laning prowess is much worse for the Luna. There was a point in time where it would be able to beat DKs, but not really anymore. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I thought Team Asta would have a very different draft, but they're clearly using the opportunity that it's a best of 5 to experiment a little bit. Remember, everybody, this is not just about iLeague. These games are also about TI. This is a TI preview that you're seeing right here. And it's important as much as possible in a game environment, even in a finals environment, to be able to show new looks, do different things. We saw PSG LGD do it at ESL. It worked out. Honestly, I don't think they cared about that last game. If they did, they would have won, in my opinion. But for Asta, let's see what they got here. Already gonna be a small fight around this bounty rune. All right, it's just gonna go the way of Vici. So that means that the bounty rune trade early on is gonna be just a slight 2-2 regular days, but everybody's traded resources and health. None of that matters though, because here we are, game 1, it's grand finals. Let's freaking do it. Let's go. Let go, let go, let go. So Vici Gaming have the ability in this game to... This is a much more solid, stable draw from them. It's going to be the side of Team Asta that needs to do interesting things to win. And they're playing this aggro lane. This is quite nice. I like the fact that they're doing this. Borax gets the first blood. This is the reason I like that they're doing this. It's not just due to the fact that they, you know, want to make sure that they put as much pressure onto Poyo as possible. Obviously, he's going to swap out that lane. But if you get this Luna off to a really good start, and then you can afford to have Borax spending more time on the map just roaming around, XXX honestly doesn't need the help. He'll be fine. He can play that lane 2v1 without too much difficulties for himself. Provided he keeps one shield crash, one swashbuckle, he's never really going to die in that lane. At the same time, if they keep the 3 heroes bottom, if they had kept them, I'm not sure they will. Yeah, they TP Borax out now, who actually just gets the hook onto PYW. There is no Icarus dive available, so PYW just comes in. Just hit level 2. What a time to be alive. And middle. Haven't seen this in a while. Puck versus the Queen of Pain. An extremely skill-based matchup. That literally can go either way. I would imagine that nowadays Puck loses more often than not because Quap is a better hero than Puck right now. You know, Puck got nerfed in the last patch. Less damage, longer cooldowns. So that all factors into what the laning phase looks like. Should still be largely even, but Queen of Pain, in my opinion, will have the slight edge in that one. So far, it's still just a wash middle. One thing that's also a pretty big deal, the change to how Dreamcoil functions is going to lead into a game where Team Aster are going to have situations where they somewhat are not as afraid of just holding their ground around the Dreamcoil pre-BKB on the Luna. Speaking of Luna, she's going to tank some harass down bottom. Inkswell will come out. Stroke of Fate there as well. Monet forced to pop the magic wand. Will be able to get back, eat a salve. Everything's a-okay. However, now that they've moved the Pudge away from that lane, does mean that it's just a DK into the Luna. And as I was mentioning earlier, because of the changes to Luna, not really sure she's able to beat DK in lane anymore. And we see that being reflected right now. Old 11 ahead overall of the CS. And Monet and Lande, I'm not going to be able to put too much pressure onto this hero. He won't even bother with the Breathe Fire. Provided he keeps the 2 points Dragon's Blood, he knows that there's no creep Landem can get right now that's actually going to threaten him. Doesn't need to get the damage reduction from the Breathe Fire. And the lane itself against Luna is not terrifying enough that he needs that backup protection. I haven't seen Puck in a while. I wonder if we're still gonna... what build we're gonna get out of this hero. Now that they've changed the level 10 talent and they gave this Illusory Orb distance instead of the additional damage, highly doubt that we'll see any Witchblades out of Puck anymore. That is the one hero that is a question mark in my mind. I literally haven't seen Puck the whole patch. It's my first game of it. So there's a bit of a question mark as to how effective is this hero still in the contemporary meta. Team Aster obviously not afraid of it. And they have Borax here in the top lane, making sure that XXX is laning well. This Pango is very scary this game. Rolling Thunder, there is of course Soulbind to help out with that. And if the Puck ever gets a silence out, make sure that it doesn't happen at all. But still a scary hero to be playing into at any given point in time. Especially when they have heroes like Queen of Pain, Luna, lots of this magic damage to follow up on a Rolling Thunder with. Also, Pangos will... is he going to buy Echo Saber this game? If he does, maybe that's like their answer for the Supernova. That if XXX is doing well enough that that's the option, you know, makes life easier. Bottom lane, another engagement onto Monet. Do they have the ability to kill him? PYW rolls in with the Icarus dive. Fire Spirits not gonna connect flush because Borax also shows up with the rot. They want to kill PYW. And remember, the Phoenix, he dove into that fight, so no way out of it. Ends up losing his life. Borax involved in some kills. Eventually, Flesh Heap will come online. I kind of like the idea of having Pudge as a save hero as well. The thing is, when you look at all this disable from the side of Vici Gaming, it is fairly substantial. So if you see Inkswell triggered on a target, and then you just hook that target before they get stunned by the Inkswell, or you hook the Inkswelling hero and displace the engagement. Dude, did you guys see what had just happened? Top lane, the Sven was somewhat forced back to the base. It was a very annoying time to be alive. But he's back, he's farming. Does give the opportunity then for XXX to get back on top of the farm chart though. However, what's very scary is that the Sven is also farming very well. And we've seen what can happen when Svens have these good games. White Album coming bottom. He wants to get involved in killing Old 11, but there is vision that's already available. It's been dropped down. And this rotation will not succeed. Does XXX have a wall salve? He does not, so it's gonna be a little bit annoying waiting for some regen to kick in. He might have to send some towards himself. So for now, Poyoyo gonna have the freest lane of all time. There really is no answer for the Sven. Oh, Stormhammer flying out. Sven gets Stormhammer out, but Sonic Wave comes right after him. And he ends up getting taken out. Big rotation to the top lane from the Quap. Doesn't succeed down bottom, but he does succeed in the biggest kill of the game. Now bottom, they want to send the DK in to meet the Sven back at base, and he's going to get hooked back by Borax. Do they have the damage for this kill? Inkswell buying some space and time, so they don't have it just yet. Monet can't get the vision for the Lucent Beam onto Old 11. They only get it onto DY. Borax trying to find an angle for another hook. Doesn't have vision of these targets. So Old 11 ends up living down bottom. Wow, Lucent Beam sucks now. Jeez. That cooldown change, y'all, making such a huge difference. If it was still the old 6-second cooldown, we'd have a dead Old 11 right now, but instead, they're gonna have to do this the hard way. They're still looking for a kill onto DY. XXX here as well. Gets off the swashbuckle, and this should be an easy kill. Grimstroke, they really want to give the gold to Monet, and DY knows that there's nothing he can do about this, so we'll just understand the death, let it happen. At the very least, they're not diving Old 11. They might look for him though. Borax is roaming about in the trees, doesn't find anybody just yet. But allies are streaming in. Old 11 with the dragon form. There's going to be 3 heroes caught inside the Dream Coil with Waning Rift on top of them too. Look at all this magic damage. Monet and the gang though is still alive. Borax hooked away from this DK. DK Inkswell will come off, but the Illusory Orb from Ori still good enough to take out Monet. The Luna gets taken out of the fray. Good patience here from Old 11, sticking nearby the tower. And a fantastic initiation from Ori. Great Dream Coil, great Illusory Orb, great targeting as well to keep the focus on the Luna and nobody else. Team Master in the aftermath of that, now certainly in position to ensure that not only has that bottom lane not been one where the DK gets completely rolled, despite how much time they've committed to making sure he's in that position, but also top lane, the Sven was unencumbered. He took the tower while this entire fight was happening. He's top of the net worth right now. Yeah. These kind of Sven games in a Sven meta, very scary. Effectively having all the farm he wants in that lane. And Team Aster, although they were able to kill him before with the rotation of White Album, certainly have not been able to depress his farm. DK now will pick up the Soul Ring. We haven't really been able to have any tower pressure on any other part of the map from Vici Gaming. So when they have the dragon form again, we might see a movement towards the mid lane for Vici. For the other side, Team Aster, XXX, he wants the Hood of Defiance. Afterwards, what is this a game for? I still would like that Echo Saber. But if he wants to dodge that, then it has to be a Blink Dagger early, it feels like. One of the reasons, not just because they'll need the team fight, but if he goes forward and he blinks in, finds a Rolling Thunder, what ends up happening is it sets up to an easy hook from the Pudge, who's then able to continue the chain disable from his end. Oh, XXX. Shield crashes forward. Wrong direction, buddy, but has a swashbuckle to get out. DK did use his ultimate here, but unfortunately will not be able to defend the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And he realizes this, so he just ports middle. He's like, yeah, I'll rather use the ultimate there, man.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The tower down. Taken out. Vici are gonna smoke up right now. They need to find this kill on target middle if they want to siege the tower. And PYW, Icarus dive forward. Oh, the Inkswell didn't connect properly because here comes the Queen of Pain on the backside of the fight. There's actually going to be initiation onto the puck. Will DY be able to TP out? He does. Ori might not be so lucky though. Trying to juke and jive him. Gonna get chased by White Album. One right click from the double damage co-op. More than enough damage. That's not the smoke that we're looking for. Now, look at this. Now that they're dead, Monet is gonna take up the stack. He's currently 1,500 gold behind the Sven. Let's see how far behind he is once that stack is completed. It's a lot of money, especially now that he has Mask of Madness as well that just flew in off the courier. From here on out, Vici Gaming, there's gonna be a little bit of desperation from them to ensure that the good proceedings, especially for the Sven, get to continue. How they continue, though, is going to require smoke ganks from the rest of the heroes. Maybe they wait for the Blink Dagger first. DK still needs to be able to pick up that item before he can truly get forward with his gang. In the meantime, Team Aster happy to play this very passively. Farming up on the Luna. The puck. Not going to really be able to keep the same pace nowadays as the Queen of Pain is able to set. And she's going for this early Orchid. This is great because there probably won't be a Yules on Puck. And Puck is actually going back for that Witchblade. I was questioning earlier if we'll still see that. Now that the changes to the talents sort of incentivize one to go more for the magic damage build route. He still wants to get some of that damage with the right clicks. However, this will mean that there will be no Orchid of his own, but more crucially, no Yule Scepter. So no escape at any given time when Team Aster... Lol, Lanem! Lanem, God, dude. They knew that there was a Chen here, but they can't find him. What a player. What a player. Can XXX carry this? It depends on the build. Haven't seen what the next time. Okay, Blink Dagger. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he can. This I like. Blink, Orchid. Monet getting BKB. Despite the draft from Vici Gaming, Team Aster are doing what they did again earlier against IG. Playing really, really well and making sure... Or doing what Vici Gaming did to IG, where despite a draft advantage for the one team, Team Aster are playing in such a way as not allowing themselves to fall prey to the style of game that Vici want to be playing on the map. Lanem is being very, very, very aggressive with encroaching on this jungle, never allowing them to have any space here. And now they're going to reveal the Orchid in middle. Will they follow this up with Sonic Wave? Yes, they will, but they might not actually have the full damage for this kill. XXX going to make this a lot easier, but might have to run away. And they get the kill. Soulbind catches both the Quap as well as XXX. Supernova is thrown out as well. Phantom's Embrace comes a little bit too late. But definitely worth it for Vici Gaming. They find a kill onto the Queen of Pain in this mid lane. At the same time, though, this does draw the entire team to that part of the map. And they still got the kill on the DK. It's okay, I suppose. Awful to lose your Queen of Pain, but she did pop the Sonic Wave. She did pop Orchid. They used everything for the kill onto the DK. If XXX had died, it would have been the worst thing ever, but the Pango lives. You still get to progress towards Blink Dagger. It's not so bad. Tier 1 now being sieged upon by this Pangolier. Got a siege wagon nearby as well. Borax doesn't scout any of the targets, so they need Lanem to also supply some push potential with the little army. Lanem will oblige. And they should be able to bring this tower down. It doesn't seem like Vici are full-throated in defending this. They have heroes in the periphery, though. Sadly, they can't make a jump because they don't have the Dream Coil just yet. I think they were hoping that the push would take a bit longer. Then they'd have the chance to counter-initiate. Sadly, not going to be the case, so they just have to deal with this and move on. Life without a Tier 1 tower feels bad. Borax? Oh god, did he get an Invis rune somewhere? Oh, so nice. Just eats the puck for breakfast. It's like, thank you, puck. You taste nice. Quick pick off there. Monet in the meantime. We have a big hair bear being built still, completely uninterrupted. So is the Sven, but the complication is that as much as Sven can hard carry a game later on by himself, he'll still need his team to set up for him. It's far away from having Blink Dagger, far away from having Aghanim Scepter. So the things do need to still be going well for the rest of Vici. But overall, Team Asta is the one, the much more satisfied early mid-game here after the breakdown of this laning phase. And the thing is, Monet is not that far away from catching up to the Sven. They just need like one good fight from Team Asta. And then Monet should not only be able to be more useful in this early fight since he has BKB. Sven has BKB as well, but Sven is still right now a single target hero. Luna can pop Eclipse. Big difference in their capabilities in the fight. White Album in the meantime also angling towards a BKB. Not an option for the puck, sadly. She needs to go for, or it needs to go for Blink Dagger into Yules. For Quap, she's very happy just chilling after getting BKB to make it very difficult for Puck to play into her. Think about what happens after Quap gets BKB. Suddenly, she's immune to damage from Puck, but she still has Orchid to prevent Puck from being effective at all. It's a massive catch-22 at that point for the Ori hero. Why doesn't Shen have boots? Why do you need boots? In this game, he's got swiftness or repel. It's fine. You know, attack speed's all you need. Who needs movement speed? Real talk though, none of the Chen doesn't need to be like that speedy. It's like whatever. I feel like it's fine to not have boots as Chen. When you have early mech, it's acceptable. Nice Orchid from White Album to prevent PYW from cancelling the Icarus dive. So we'll just get eaten up by the Pudge. Feels bad. Also, Lanham is angling towards this early Aghanim shot, so they want their ancient creeps as soon as humanly possible. Vici. Poyoyo almost has... Oh, actually finished it. Okay, cool. You got it back again. Full Echo Saber. Now starting to farm towards Blink. This is the period in the game where Vici... It doesn't fully feel like they can fight, so they maybe shouldn't try for it. Get this BKB on the DK. Have him be an anchor point in the forefront of the fight. And maybe, do they have an option for... How far away are they for an item on Phoenix? I was thinking, what's the option? Do we get Yules, Aeon Disc, or Lotus Orb in order to deal with this Orchid Silence? Because it is a massive problem. PYW can't... What happened now can never happen again. He needs to be able to Icarus dive forward and back. So it looks like Lotus Orb is going to be the option to help him in that regard, but still quite a ways away. So not really incentivized to look for engagements right now on the side of Vici Gaming. Which is fine, alright? Sven's also happy to farm for the whole game. It just does come at the cost of Sven having to play against his partner. Oh! What a trap! What a trap! What a trap! Alright. Borax hiding behind the trees, pops up. About to eat the Puck, but as Puck goes in for the Illusory Orb away, it's more important than just the Illusory Orb away. He baits in the Waning Rift towards the Pudge. So now White Album can come in, knows for a fact there's no Waning Rift, and then immediate silence equals dead Puck. Feels bad. That is a bit unfortunate. So this keeps happening to Vici. One of these heroes is just getting picked off. And the thing is, whenever Puck is dead, DK alone, even having the BKB, the Blink Dagger, and when BKB arrives, there's no real other hero they can go ganking with on the side of Vici, right? So right now, Team Master, this is when they want to be fighting, and they're doing so really well. We do have a Blink Dagger now from Sven, so maybe they feel that they want to go try force something to happen, that they're playing too passively. Honestly, I think it's fine, y'all. Play passive. It's chilled. Get the Yule Scepter on Puck. After you get Yules on Puck, then you can like, make something happen. Otherwise, White Album's just going to have one Orchid target the entire game. Also, I wonder now that they've changed the talents, what do you even go for talent-wise on the Puck? Do you just hit... We'll see now as the Puck hits 15, what the first option is going to be. I'm not sure we get the Illusory of Distance talents with so many silent... Oh, mid lane, Poyoyo. Jumping onto Lanem with the Inkswell triggering. They get the quick kill. Lanem's gone. They take out some of his Ancients as well. The army's cleared out. And with this double damage rune on Poyoyo, Roshan is now an option for them. XXX though coming in. He knows where they're going. Nice hook back. And that's why you buy Blink Dagger on the Pango. He's initiating still further in the river. PYW stopped from being able to participate deeper in the fight. There was a Dream Coil, but XXX will just roll up to defend himself against it. Stormhammer comes in from Poyoyo. The hook saves him. Borax makes sure that he stays alive. White Album, BKB popped off his own. Sonic Wave towards the Puck, and the Soul Burn will burn down Ori. PYW trying to escape, but he will not be able to do so. Forced to use the Supernova, but Monet, look at the team play. Reserved the BKB until he saw the Supernova come out. And Pudge, will he be able to get the... Okay, no ultimate. Dismember can't be used. The team has the... My god, this team plays clean. My god. Did y'all see that? Right? Y'all saw that fight with me, right? You saw exactly how clean everything was. How they perfectly used all of their spells. How Monet waits inside the Roshan pit, right? He knows White Album can kill the Phoenix alone unless Phoenix uses Supernova. He also knows that he has a Fire Spirit on him, and he doesn't want to pop BKB unless there's a Supernova. So he waits first for the Supernova to get popped. Then he goes in with BKB, because he knows also that Poyoyo is waiting for somebody to come on top of the Supernova. Dude, that was such a good fight from my Team Master. I'm so impressed by what I just saw there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fantastic job done around the Roshan fight. And Borax, they're proving that this Pudge pick was picked for a reason. Firstly, we saw the interaction after the Rolling Thunder to help out, but then we also saw what we were talking about earlier, the saving potential of this Pudge. You drag heroes back from where the Puck initiates onto them. You drag heroes back from the Inkswell. Hell, I could easily conceive of a situation where Supernova gets popped, but the hook makes sure that it doesn't trigger onto a particular target. And now they're playing with this Aegis. Oh, White Album just bring forward. This is huge. Nice kill. Will they get him? Puck. Unfortunately, there's not going to be any way for Pudge to get White Album out. Instead, he only drags Old 11 towards himself and will lose his life in the process. Tried his best, really wanted to help. But Vici Gaming, they catch White Album at the perfect time. He blinks forward into the lane right as the smoke gank is incoming. And they are able to heavily punish him. The one big thing, remember what we spoke about earlier in the draft? The Vici objective take is insane.
Dire's top tower is under
Any given time that they have the time and space to look for an objective, it's going to fall very, very quickly. Same time, Team Master, XXX, Rolling Thunder. Who's he going to catch with this? He catches the Puck. There's going to be the Eclipse as well. Dude, what is this? From Team Aster, Old 11, forced to BKB, TP out. They've lost the tier 2 tower. They'll be able to reclaim their outpost here. But XXX, great blink yet again. They find the Puck. Ori just hating life right now. 5th death. They didn't even really have vision of that area. How did XXX... Alright, man. I see you. Pango building into a refresher orb. Why not? Get us the double roll. They need Lincoln Sphere on this puck or something. Lincoln's Aeon Disc, something, dude. This can't keep happening where if she gets jumped on, or sorry, it gets jumped on, it just dies so quickly. Monet pressing forward in this lane, having the protection of this Aegis as well as the pushing power from La Nem. They pull forth, get the tier 2 tower taken, and they're going to keep the press going in this top side of the map. XXX jumps in with the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't find Ori. Would have been nice to get that target, but with them finding nobody, it's probably safer to retreat from this area.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Dude, XXX Pango is really, really good. It might not be on the same level as like XXX Magnus or XXX Batrider when those heroes are really good from the offlane. But it's still super legit. I'm sure he's actually pretty mad right now that the contemporary meta demands that if either of those heroes get picked, they get played from the mid lane. But when he's playing well, guy is a machine. Monet picks up the butterfly. Building towards the Satanic. It is a bit of a problem for the Sven that the pace is being kept with this Luna. Ideally, as Sven, you're ahead of Luna so that you're like 2-3 shotting heroes. You can move on from target to target to target. However, when a Luna is very, very strong like this, she can provide more threat against the entirety of your team than you can provide against the entirety of hers. Especially with the 2 BKBs being, it seems, the limit for the side of Vici Gaming. Grimstroke won't get BKB, nor will the Phoenix. I mean, there might be an Aeon Disc down the line for the puck, but by and large, there's still going to be a lot of susceptibility towards this big magical burst of Team Asta. Vici, though, is doing a great job by... They're like, well, do we want to deal with everything from Team Asta? Aegis push, Eclipse, all of this stuff? Not really. Let's push for our own towers. So they've made the map very, very even for themselves. They're only 1 tier 2 tower behind. But at the same time, Team Asta now looking for this high ground push in the last moments of the Aegis. The Aegis does expire now, so Monet is exposed here, and they drew out Old 11. Team Asta aware that Vici Gaming desperately want to try force a fight right now, but without the blink being available again, Team Asta can claim the tier 3 and then get back to safety, sacrificing nothing in the process. Such a close game right now. Tier 3 tower, though, being taken does mean that Vici Gaming can never rest easy because they need to keep one eye towards that mid lane, because if they do not, you know what ends up happening? We are going to have a situation where the Luna gets in, puts in some young glaives towards the racks, and those buildings fall extremely quickly. Oof. Very, very scary game. Does BKB take off the break dissipate? I don't believe so. As far as I know, like, the break debuff should be undispellable.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
As far as I'm aware, it's not dispellable. But I don't think so, yeah. Monet. Satanic being built up. It still is a game where Team Asta can't necessarily play recklessly. Because he's still... Yes, Sven is such a scary hero. And Monet, he knows full well that it just takes one fight where things go badly, a couple of lucky crits, and then boom. The game is completely turned on its head. They might actually wait until they have both the Satanic and the next item before deciding to go up the hill. Especially because going uphill, they don't have an easy way to deal with the Supernova, so a good placement from PYW could still turn the entire game. Therefore, wait until the Roshan is up. It's 15 seconds until we'll know how long the big man is going to be resting for. His dirt nap's taken a while, but it's time to wake up, old man. Time to get involved. Let's see, how long is the respawn going to be? 3, 2, 1, and it is... it's decent. It's okay. Fairly short on the timer, but this doesn't necessarily benefit the side of Team Asta either. They don't take Roshan nearly as quickly as it's possible for Vici to do.
Is under attack.
And Poyoyo playing very carefully on the edges of this game. He's actually going to link up with his team because they're smoking up. Or at least they're moving out of the base together. No smoke activated just yet, but they do have the silver edge from the Sven. Monet playing these edges. Throws down the Lucent Beam. XXX coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Will they be able to take this fight? Monet doesn't get stunned, gets dragged back out to safety, but that wastes the Eclipse timing. In the meantime, White Album deep in the fight. Misses the Sonic Wave onto everybody, so they might not get any kills. Hold that thought though, because XXX stuns up the Phoenix. They bring him down, but White Album, as soon as his own BKB expires, Poyoyo and Ori get the immediate jump onto the Queen of Pain. Now they need to run. Monet no longer has access to BKB. Dragged back. He activated Satanic, but he was saved by the Pudge for now. Unfortunately, XXX not so lucky. Gets destroyed on the other side of the fight by the God Strength Sven. And look at Poyoyo go. Supernova plopped into the middle of the fight by PYW. Yules up onto Lanem. Silence 2. DY gets the double kill. Poyoyo is gonna go knock on the door of the Roshan pit. Guess who's back? It's the big man. He's ready. He's available. And Vici Gaming about to ask him out on a date. Team Asta. Very sloppy fight from them in the long run. And they end up getting very, very caught out. Losing absolutely everybody in that engagement. Vici, if they win this game, it's going to be that fight that determined the victory. And this is the worry. You saw what started to happen. And also, Poyoyo was extremely patient, utilizing his own BKB in that engagement. Utilizing God Strength especially. So patient. Waited until the right time. Also, White Album really misplayed that fight. The Sonic Wave not connecting, and then him going and like the blink towards the river rather than more northwest towards where the rest of his team was, meant that he was easy to isolate by Poyoyo. Had he blinked northwest, maybe Poyoyo is forced to early blink into where Luna is and can't decide who the primary target's supposed to be between Luna and White Album. But because White Album dies first, suddenly you can just kill one by one by one by one. None of the heroes dying, having any option or any say in the matter. Oh boy. Game-changing fight. Gives them the Aegis. Gives them the Aghanim shot for the Sven. Huge moment there for Vici Gaming. And now for Asta, the question is going to be, how do we recover from this? Just pick up the refresher orb for XXX. Luna, of course, did build the full Satanic. She now wants a Daedalus as well. I imagine she replaces Boots with the Daedalus. You maybe get the Hurricane Pike later. I think you get Hurricane Pike here, right? If you do replace Boots with Daedalus. Just so you have some maneuverability by yourself in the fight. Not fully relying on the Borax Pudge. Because if you abandon Boots, then you're like pretty much a sitting duck unless you get hooked into position. Poyoyo. Oh god, they found Monet. Monet's gone, dude. Monet's gone. Oh no, he's not. XXX is here. BKB is out. Satanic comes through as well. Eclipse utilized too by this Luna. She's trying to fight her way back into this one. Poyoyo, his BKB is going to end right now. But look at the Storm Hammer after the Soulbind with the cleave damage from Poyoyo. It's so much that it kills Borax, forces White Album back into the base. Lanem can do nothing to help. He's going to die as well. XXX did his best. XXX opened up as much space as he could. But ultimately, XXX is going to die again. That Soulbind. That Soulbind. And, oof. Poyoyo. Sven Patch, y'all. Sven Patch. When things are still going good, Team Asta still can't rest. And after that big fight from earlier, an even bigger fight happens. Luna gets caught, killed, pops a BKB charge yet again. Now she's down to 6 seconds. And Team Asta just going to be playing from the back foot from this one. Did Pango pop his refresher there? I didn't see the second roll. Ah, the second roll is the one on the high ground, I think. Yeah. Ends up not mattering. Part of the issue is that Poyoyo, yeah, it might be a low duration BKB, but on a Sven, 6 seconds is a very long time to be hit by a Sven. As we're about to see for White Album, let's see, does White Album survive? Hey, Borax finally finds the album, the angle for the album hook, drags him out to safety. Oh, yo. He wants an MKB after picking up the Swift Blink. Realizes the only reason that Luna wasn't dead like instantly was primarily just because of the evasion chance. Borax definitely don't have that luxury, my friend, as you're gonna take a lot of damage here. XXX though buys some time, but jumps into a soulbind. There will be a dismember from Borax buying more and more time, but Poyoyo does not care. As soon as the dismember is down, he's gonna dismember his opponents, taking down 2 of them. White Album though, at the very least, able to take back the life from the Aegis. Monet pops the Eclipse. Will he be able to get anything going onto Poyoyo? No, he runs away. And they do not want to chase him. Old 11, his own BKB will finish. PYW, very deep dive in with Ori and Poyoyo. And the damage gonna be more than enough. Monet forced away from the egg. It doesn't really matter that he thinks he can stand here and right click, because ultimately it's an ultra kill for Ori. A GG call by Team Asta. And a game 1 victory for Vici Gaming. Woo! GG, Vici. I told you this draft was good. Told you all this draft was good. Ah, Shireen, you're leaving. Take it easy. Travel safe, Shireen. Do not. If you're driving and you see a yellow dragon on the road, avoid it. Do not go in. Vici. Ultimately, though, this draft is just easier to play. Like, for Team Asta, kept reiterating at the beginning, they're going to have to do something special, something interesting, something that we haven't necessarily seen all that much of if they're going to come away with the victory. But it's just too difficult. It really is just too difficult. There's too many things to keep track of in the game. You have to worry, for example, like you're watching this game, right? You have to ask yourself, okay, how do we deal with Poyoyo, Ori, Old 11? During the timing of the BKBs, right? The only hero that's doing damage is Monet. Ori started playing the edges of the fight very well, avoiding the Queen of Pain, not getting himself orchided first. And when that starts to happen, and the easy target is gone, Ori buys his Aghanim Scepter for a reason, drops it on Monet. Monet can't go anywhere. Then it's sort of like, doesn't really matter what happens in the fight, right? Because it's like, okay, we know that the only hero that's worth a damn is Monet. If we kill him, which we will, because we have Ags, BKB, we have Ags on Puck, BKB on Poyoyo, we can stick on a Luna. And these heroes aren't that tanky, unfortunately, either on the side of Team Asta. Despite having the Chen in the lineup, Mech, the Hand of God, just not enough sustain to keep the whole team alive. And sadly also, past the laning phase, the only real use of Borax in the game was Hook to maybe, not even guaranteed, maybe save somebody. And every now and then, a Dismember, not even to kill a target, just to buy space for Luna to run away. That became the primary use of the Dismember spell. Oh shit, Luna's in trouble. Sven's on top of her. DK's there as well. Oh god, what do I do? Sacrifice myself. Feels bad. It is what it is. This draft was, let's just say it's a best of 5. You get the extra game. So it's cool. Team Asta, probably not that stressed right now. They are 1 game down, which does mean that they need to make sure that they win game 2, because it's much easier to come back to 1-1 than it is to come back from 2-0. So let's hope that they can rejig the draft, figure out a better way to be able to approach this. Despite Vici Gaming not going for one of the premier mid laners right now in the puck, Sven still unanswered. Also, very worryingly, the early Phoenix reveal, did not come late at all from Vici Gaming, but Team Aster literally took 0 steps to address it. Sure, we didn't get that many amazing supernovas, but it was always a threat, and you could sense it in the back of the minds from Team Aster. When they go into a fight, they're always trying to isolate. Where's PYW? Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Makes life difficult. More difficult than it needs to be anyway. So we'll see whether or not they can come back. Game 2 is going to be loading up right now. The teams are getting ready for it. And once we're in that game, definitely hope that Team Aster, just a more stable draft from them. If Borax was playing Shadow Demon, for example, would have achieved the same effect in terms of saving heroes, but then you also have Demonic Purge to apply towards targets. Hell, you could play Oracle and still get a save and at least one spell that is a bit more useful in the fight. So Vici, let's see what they got for game 2. Team Aster, let's see what they got. For now, Vici is ahead. 1-0 up here in the grand finals of I-League. We'll see what happens in game 2. Before that, make sure that you're following the channel. If you're enjoying yourself, let us know in chat. Make sure that you're supporting the channel as well, either by becoming a subscriber right here on Twitch. You can make a one-time donation through PayPal, or you can cheers some bits or decide to become a patron on Patreon. All of this is very helpful, goes directly back into the channel to make it successful, make it a thing. I mean, I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing right now counts as success, but it makes it exist. And y'all's involvement and y'all help is why it continues to exist and hopefully continues to grow. So with all that, the shilling done, the game done, game 2 coming up. So don't go anywhere. When we return, more I-League action, more grand finals, and more incredible Dota 2 action.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. We're back. Grand finals of iLeague here as we see Vici Gaming taking on the side of Team Aster. A BO5 to determine who is going to be the Season 2 champion of the 21-21 iteration of iLeague. And who is going home in second position, feeling bad, hoping to get revenge. Only at TI though. One of the last official games that you're going to see between Tier 1 teams pre-TI. I believe there's Dota Pit this week. After that, that's it. Everyone's either already in Europe, playing from Europe, or will be traveling there directly. But this is it. These teams need to definitely give us their best foot forward, their best showing. Let's see what they got. Team Aster sticking with their guns on this pudge, grabbing it in the first phase still. Very surprisingly not banning Pangolier. Okay. We do yet again get to see how stupid second pick is. Vici get Bloodseeker Pango back to back. Team Aster in the meantime. Yo, they're in trouble, yo. Real talk. They have nothing to deal with this. Like, how do they deal with this, honestly? We saw DY playing this Pangolier earlier. I imagine he's gonna do so again, and then XXX, oh sorry, Ori, or Old 11 will play the Bloodseeker. I imagine Old 11 will do it. The reason I say Ori rather than Poyoyo, I've seen play Bloodseeker like once and it did not look good. But this is intriguing. Okay, this is very intriguing. Team Aster will go in for the Queen of Pain with the Vengeful Spirit. Still doesn't feel like it's fully addressed Bloodseeker Pango. But what it does give them is even more positioning manipulation. Maybe that was the problem. In the previous game, they didn't have enough of it. Now they have... Oh, man. You're going to get swapped back into Chain Frost. That's going to be fun. We'll see when Aghanim Scepter emerges from the offlane here for XXX. I love the fact that Vici got this Pango because it denies it to Team Aster. They get it. They know that they won't pick it playing into Bloodseeker, but they also get to pick it in such a way as it still keeps the rest of their draft hidden. And the strategy isn't well known. And now that they see the Quap Venge... They pretty much know all the lanes. It's just the top lane or the bottom lane, excuse me, that they're not certain about. So makes drafting in that direction a little bit easier. I think now you just get the Poyoyo hero. Oh, it's going to be the Ori hero, Void Spirit. Okay. So they're keeping it hidden whether or not Poyoyo will actually play this Bloodseeker. He could play Bloodseeker and then XXX. Why am I confusing the offlaners? Old 11 will play the Pango. Or they just keep DY on the Pango, have Old 11 on the Bloodseeker, and then Poyoyo's hero comes last. There's still Clinks in this game. Hasn't been banned out just yet. I'm not really a fan again of this Team Aster draft. It's yet again very hyper-focused on being able to get some picks. Their team fight seems fairly mediocre. What happens? Remember in the previous game, White Album missed more than one Sonic Wave. Let's say he missed a Sonic Wave. Then what? Then they have Chain Frost. That's it. That's it. That's their team fight. Chain Frost. They have no other real spells. Like, whatever hero they pick last has to be a hyper carry for this game for Team Aster. Ow! It's Rich. Young Rich. What's good, fam? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, I haven't... Sandy, the score right now is 1-0. Vici Gaming is 1 game up right now in the Grand Finals. Haven't updated the score tab in a bit, my bad. I'm very worried about Team Aster. I don't know where this draft is going. Do they last pick like some gyro or something? I see them banning Ursa, PL. If I'm banning Ursa and I'm banning PL, like I'm maybe trying to pick anti-mage or something. But is TA still in this game? I could see them playing a safe lane TA for Team Aster. Yeah. Could see, but then why would you ban Ursa if you're gonna pick TA? Terrorblade gets banned now too. I mean, Ursa and PL, yeah, fine. Terrorblade pick would make sense.
And these are some of the better heroes for Monet as well. I see a lot of Monet bans from Vici. No Monkey King, no Jug, no Lifestealer, no Morphling, no Terrorblade. My god.
10 seconds remaining.
And they themselves have banned several heroes from Poyoyo. Gonna be Medusa as the last pick here for Team Aster. So the team has to be skirmishing and fighting for like a long ass time. Oh wait, I didn't open predictions. My bad, my bad. Let me give you all some predictions.
10 seconds remaining.
Not really a fan of this Medusa pick, if I'm be perfectly honest. I think the danger always with Medusa is when you don't know what you're playing it into, and the enemy team right now, they got a full minute on the side of Vici to ask themselves, what does Poyoyo want that's gonna play well into the Medusa? Don't think they... I mean, they could go anti-mage, right? It is AM into like Pudge and Venge, so there's some disable to deal with it, but like, not that much, really, right? Sure, you can imagine that there's gonna be an all-kit build on the Pin of Pain, but yeah, dude, pick anti-mage, let's go. Let's go. Vici 2-0, let's do it. What's happening with Team Aster, dude? Why are they so insistent on making this Pudge work? This is like, you know that meme from Mean Girls? Where like, stop trying to make fetch happen, Gretchen. It's not gonna make happen. It's not gonna work. Somebody needs to edit that. Stop trying to make Pudge happen, eh? Come on, London. What's going on, fam? And a Lich pick as well. I mean, this does make sure that the Medusa lane is gonna be protected. And it's fairly difficult at times to approach Dusa now. Between Stone Gaze as well as the bounce of the Chain Frost, it can be problematic. You know, Sonic Wave will cover that quite well too. Hell, you could even drag a hero back towards where Stone Gaze is using Sinister Gaze. Almost guarantee that the hero will get stoned up. But this feels like every egg is in this Medusa basket right now. Vici Gaming, this AM. Like, what threat is there for the AM this game? Their burst damage isn't that great from Team Aster, neither physical nor magical. So it's fairly difficult to imagine them being able to kill him, even when they get some degree of chain disable down onto him. Listen, I'm also not that great at Dota, so maybe Team Aster sees something I don't. But I legitimately don't see how this draft can win, personally. But we've had some surprises before. Let's see what's gonna happen. Team Aster. Yeah, I think it's 2-0. I think it's 2-0. I mean, Sky, it's not a 3-2-2. They're losing. They're trying something new and it's not working. At least that was in game 1. We don't know what's gonna happen in game 2. Right? We can't in advance preempt and say they're throwing it when they're still doing their thing. The only real example, I'll be honest, right? You know what, for me, was a very real example of a team not caring, right? You see, when I'm seeing this I-League, I still see a team that mostly cares. Aster might find a first blood here as they hook back old 11. Easy first blood. Nice, easy money for XXX. Good times. Real talk, in recent memory, you know which team did not care about the games they were playing? At all. Like, at all. LGD and ESL could give a fuck. They did not care. They were just playing Dota, just enjoying life. You know? This Borax pick, now they're trying something new. I mean, we must allow them to try something new. Again, you gotta remember, this tournament, although it matters, winning is important. It doesn't matter nearly as much as TI. TI is what this is all about. If they can make it work here, maybe they can make it work at TI. But will they make it work here? That is the question as we get underway. Game 2, Grand Finals. Let's get into it. Vici Gaming on a bit of a roll today. Having come now off of beating IG, taking a good game against Team Aster. Now let's see what they can perform here. Having access to this anti-mage. Ori taking away the Void Spirit from Emo is like, hey man, you did well in that series. Let me try it out too. Let me show you what's up. And it looks like they're trying to swap these lanes. Vici Gaming, very content to play the lanes normally. Old 11 down bottom, but Seems they do not want to have the Medusa in the Bloodseeker lane. Banish into this Blood Rite. Gonna trigger onto Borax. But they'd rather have the Vengeful Spirit playing this lane and the Anti-Mage playing into the Medusa lane. I suppose it is the case. It's easier for Dusa in that lane. Because there is harass potential on AM right now, early in the game. That's not really available against Bloodseeker. Because Bloodseeker just has so much sustain. Bottom lane, Borax. Okay, they get something here. Him and XXX able to take out DY. That is the one thing as well about maybe another rationale for swapping. Magic Missile with Rot and Hook. This is a kill lane. And Bloodseeker might die here. Is he going to be able to dodge the hook? No, he will not. Borax able to run him down with the Rot. That's the power of this lane. Magic Missile sets up for Rot. The hook. And they can keep applying this pressure. When they return here, Old 11 and DY, they'll just have to play a lot further back. As long as DY is sitting back with the disruption, then they are able to keep heroes alive. Also, there's been a swap over. Instead of playing the Pango in the 4 position, or in the 5 position, excuse me, they've shifted it over to the 4. PYW, very comfortable to handle this one instead. White Album. Should be a trading lane with the Void Spirit. Don't expect anybody to get massively further ahead than anyone else. I do hope as well that one of the things we get to see in this game from Team Asta is them making the decision to not necessarily play more aggressively, but whenever they make moves on the map, it has to be with a specific purpose of killing a specific hero. Things started to get a bit muddled for them in game 1, so need a bit more clarity of purpose. Fortunately for them, clarity of purpose when you're playing a Medusa draft, fairly easy. What's the purpose? Stay alive, get Medusa strong, she'll carry the game. But not the easiest thing to do in the world versus an anti-mage either. They certainly have their work cut out for them here for the side of Team Asta. Vici, in the meantime, yet again, a fairly straightforward affair regarding their draft. DY might die again. White Album here with Borax. Gonna be able to set up quite easily for the hook. Oh! Borax! 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 Yo, DY has much better discipline than I do because there's a 0% chance I'm not tipping. That was like a certified kill, but really good for the side of Vici Gaming that not only do they fail to get it, but it was time wasted off the wave for the Queen of Pain. As a result, Void Spirit used that time very well. Get some CS for himself. Still only going to end up trading with this Queen of Pain, but you're always happy when your opponent tries to make something happen but fails in the look of it. Missed hooks for content. Lol. Missed hooks for content. That's hilarious. Top lane. PYW falling very low. Lanem also falling very low, but Magic Stick popped by Lanem. PYW tries to swashbuckle away. Fairy Fire ensures that there's no final death. And there's no blink on Poyoyo though. Used it going forward, did not have it for the retreat. Ends up losing his life. PYW goes back. PY dub? PY dub? PY dub? Okay. Looks like we're getting a lot of different things for content today. So you're happy with that, right? You're like, well, I missed the hook on DY, but you know what? That's what it is. I missed that hook so I could land the subsequent one. Getting the kill onto the anti-mage and somehow having PYW run headlong into me. Also, does anybody else think it's pretty stupid that hooks one-shot Sea Dragons? Also in the mid lane, the one-shot comes onto White Album. Did not know that PYW is on the higher ground. Gets caught with an Aether Remnant. Quickly brought down. What an intriguing early game, but gonna be Vici's first kill picked up in this lane. allowing the young Void Spirit to get a little bit further ahead. Top lane, Sinister Gaze is available. Was thrown out onto Poyoyo. DYW with DY, they get the disruption out onto Monet. Do they have the ability to get this kill? I actually don't think so. Lanem will lay out the Frost Shield. Getting this kill is difficult, and to make matters worse, White Album, in the meantime, is rotating to the bottom lane with a Haste Rune. Will he find his target? Old 11, unfortunately, has flown right past them. There's even an Observer Ward there. In top lane, DY and the gang managed to bring down this Lich. Borax is going to be able to get the kill onto PYW, but DY keeps spamming out those Shadow Poisons. And when they pop, will guarantee him a double kill. Both supports brought down in the top lane. So much is happening in this early game. DY gets a ton of gold, though, for that. Still, in the grand scheme of things, it's still Team Asta feeling more positive about that top lane. The amount of farm they've guaranteed for Monet, certainly worth the lane swapping shenanigans, and has worked out quite well. Old 11, since his return to the lane, has been playing much more carefully, and as a result, has found a decent degree of net worth, but by and large, Vici Gaming have had a rough time in this early game. This is the kind of start needed for Team Asta. But Vici trying to recover. Lanem going to be the target of the first rotation from this Void Spirit. And they should be able to jump in and out of him. Not enough damage to get this kill just yet, though. Instead, Borax rotates into the top lane. Shows up with this Rot. Going to be able to utilize it to kill DY. And they don't even get the kill onto Lanem. Man, Frost Shield, good spell. And wasted rotation from the Void Spirit. Sure, to be fair, White Album did go bottom first, and that rotation didn't pan out either. So these mid laners, yeah, just play mid, y'all. Just farm it up. It is what it is. Borax Pudge, yet again in the early game, has certainly been extremely useful. Of course, it did well early in the game number 1. Things got a bit more strange as time went on in game 2, but ultimately is a situation where they find themselves with this Pudge being very effective at the earlier portion of the game. The question is, will it stay this way? Will it stay this way? For now, they occupy the top 3 net worth with all their core heroes. Wonder what they're going to be building. Previous game, White Album went for that Orchid. Obviously, Vengeful Spirit just wants to rush Ags, and the Medusa will want D-Lance and then Yasha. So it's only White Album that has to really decide what to do. And his decision will dictate the direction of the next, like, 7-8 minutes for Team Asta. Of course, for Vici Gaming, itemization decisions, not very complicated. Battle Fury being desired by the Anti-Mage. The Void Spirit wants Yules. I mean, we saw Hannah Midas earlier today, but I doubt we're going to have that. And of course, Bloodseeker is going to want this Maelstrom. They're trying to go onto PYW though, but the defensive hook will be there from Borax. PYW might have actually bitten off more than he can chew. Needs to try rolling back right now. White Album moving forward. He's now scout out this Void Spirit now, so they know that they're both within the vicinity of each other. Makes wanting to take this fight a lot less likely.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Monet gonna be unencumbered. Just farm, farm, farm. Farm, farm, farm. Vici Gaming, because of the fact that their laning phase didn't go as expected in many respects. Well, it went poorly, let's just put it that way. Team Asta played a lot better than expected, especially on their top lane. Borax involved in all 7 of his team's kills. And he smoked up again, heading top to try and find some more. Is it already an Invis rune at the ready from the Void Spirit? Little does he know is that he's underneath a sentry. He knows now. that range creep actually saved his life. If that range creep doesn't throw out that attack right there, then they don't know that there's a sentry. Suddenly, Borax shows up, dismember, hook, whatever they need. But they're given the heads up that they need to flee the area. In the meantime, though, that allows them to jump onto a White Album in the mid lane. Uh-oh. All right, White Album. Then being able to grab the kill onto the Void Spirit, or the Queen of Pain there with the Void Spirit, does keep this mid tower alive for them longer and allows them to pressure the opposite one. Looks like their build will be Yules into Ags here for Ori. I mean, you're playing into Queen of Pain as well. Yules is quite nice into that hero. When you have the Aghanim or the Aether Remnant ready to go to drag her back before she can blink away. Also, I love how Borax is just sitting behind the Medusa, ready to either drag her to safety or to drag anybody who TPs to the tower into danger. Speaking of danger, bottom lane, DY. Alright, he gets all of White Album's frustrations dumped down on him, and the Sonic Wave guarantees the kill onto the Shadow Demon. That was a pretty big kill, a pretty big commitment to get that kill for... I think they could have wanted to use Sonic Wave elsewhere. UIW. Ooh, Rolling Thunder. Will he get away from this? It's going to be a dismember, stopping him from rolling, but not forever. Eventually, he's going to try and come back. Looks for the Swashbuckle. Will he be able to kill Lanem? Not just yet. Swashbuckle will come out. One more right click. PYW will find the kill. Shorei's going to end up dying here, but I'm pretty sure that's a worthwhile... Wait, is it actually? How much is he getting out of it? How much experience did he get? Let's see. Depends on how much experience you got. 369. That's not so bad. That's fine. You force these heroes back towards you in the mid lane. And now they actually know where the Queen of Pain is. They're going to try and get a jump onto her. DY rolling into the hood with Old 11 and Ori. But both White Album, Queen of Pain, as well as the Monet Medusa playing a lot carefully, but Monet still gets caught. Bloodright will be there after the rupture. No Stone Gaze leveled up, so very difficult to get out of here by himself, but doesn't need it. The allies will be helping him out in this regard, and they do help because they've already gotten 2 kills. They eventually lose the Medusa, but it's a heavy, hefty cost. Hook from Borax catches Ori, drags him in front of White Album. Ends up being a double kill for the Quap. And the ganking squad, they find what they're looking for. PYW was necessary to actually finish off Monet, but at a hefty, hefty cost. They lose 3, a bunch of gold for White Album. And that's progression towards the Orchid Malevolence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is very, very interesting now because this 1k gold lead for them, it's an interesting place to be because they have this gold lead and obviously they want to get the subsequent items, utilize them to keep killing these Vici heroes. Sadly, because they have this Medusa, they are going to have to spend a significant portion of the game still farming, even though they're capable of fighting and challenging Vici at all quarters of the map. Nice deny in the top lane for PYW. But the way that their draft is set up with Lich, Pudge, it's fairly reactive on the side of Team Asta. It's much easier for them to play in response to what Vici tries to pull on the map than for them to try and get forward themselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Battle Fury now up for the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage.
Worthy tribute.
Smoke up. Pudge, as well as White Album. XXX actually has Aghanim Scepter from the mid lane, so they might want to try and target whoever's behind this tier 1 tower. They know that it's probably Shadow Demon by himself. Nobody else is showing at the moment. But they don't want to reveal themselves just yet. Boyoyo. Is he going to get Sinister Gazed here? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Lanem cannot find the space to open up onto the target. I wonder now what's going to be the plan from Vici, because they need to try and sort of delay on the map. They're getting a lot of farm, though, between this Bloodseeker and the Anti-Mage. Like, a lot. Sure, the Void Spirit's not getting much, but honestly, once you get, like, Yule, Zags, you'll be fine. You'll figure it out. You'll be cool, bro. And if, oh, middle lane, they're taking this initiation onto Borax. Nice drag back. Initiation, will it be successful? Borax still alive, and the Sonic Wave comes back instead. They forced to use the disruption just to save the life of Old 11. PYW, eventually they get the kill. XXX also came too far forward, dies inside the Blood Rite thanks to that big Mono Void coming in from the AM. Nice swap back though, with the Vengeful Spirit Illusion, allows them to kill DY. It is still running forward. Will the Illusion have Magic Missile back online? Not just yet. Nope. Mana available. We'll finally get it off. Oh, kill! Nice! XXX with the double kill. Double Magic Missile. 2 heroes fall. And though Vici seem to take a decent fight, in the grand scheme of things, it works out very well for Team Aster. They get the tower middle. They get the Bloodseeker alive. Sure, they end up losing XXX as well as... I think Borax was the one that died earlier. Yeah. But still worth it. Especially now that you're picking up PYW basically for free, because XXX respawns, is ready and waiting to deploy the illusion in a positive position so they can get the initial stun. Monet eats a demonic purge here. Will they use him up in time? Nope. Ori did not want to commit an astral step in that direction. He wanted one to still be available to get out if needed. DY sadly does not have access to astral step himself. He might be able to dodge another hook though. Is he gonna do it? Can't dodge the swap, my friend. And with Magic Missile out, Blood Rite though might end up saving him. XXX, Silent Stop, can't do anything here. But the hook, yet again, gets dodged. Old 11 trying to run down XXX. Gonna turn his attention towards Borax, but the Dismember's gonna be there to buy time. In the meantime though, Ori will show up, making sure that they get this double kill. They're trying to clean up this Venge illusion. Don't want to let it go for free, but I think it's gone. So they end up turning the fight somehow. All right, cool. Top lane, Tango gets caught. Tango gets killed. This game is so action-packed. 28 minutes in. 18 minutes in, already have 28 kills. My numbers are confusing me today. Clearly some of the wires are crossed, but jeez. Also, it's just been a topsy-turvy game for Old 11. There was a point where a few minutes ago he still has the same net worth. Hasn't been able to accelerate at all. Just been dying back to back. Hey, Jarine's back. What's good, fam? Right now, Team Aster, although they played with this Pudge again, the laning phase went a lot better for them this time around, and they're right now winning the game. Sinister Gaze from Lanem sets up for a kill onto this Ori Void Spirit. And Ori is gone, taken out by White Album. Unstoppable streak for the Queen of Pain. 6, 2, and 5 is her kill score. And it just feels like VG Gaming getting dragged into the pace of Team Aster. And they're getting closer towards the Blink Dagger. I was saying earlier that right now it's a lot easier for Aster to play reactive Dota at this point, but once they get that Blink on the Pudge, since they already have the Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful Spirit, suddenly offense becomes a possibility again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
XXX pushing out that bottom lane alone. White Album just saying hi to PYW. PYW knows full well they can't do anything to keep really hurt the Queen of Pain. Once Yules and then the Shard. Like, Shard would be such a huge deal, but still quite a way from having that item. In the meantime, Medusa, she is setting the tempo, setting the pace of the farm on this map. Closer towards getting a full butterfly we go. Anti-Mage still not in condition to try and fight against this Medusa. She's starting to just leave him behind in the dust. Despite having access to this Battle Fury, seems to be difficult to keep up. Tango. Wow, okay. Lanem. I'm not sure you needed to commit the full chain frost there, buddy. Still, they're sending a message. This is our turf. Stay away. Stay away. Show some respect. XXX. I mean, he can get ruptured, but oh my god, what a swap instead. Magic Missile comes out onto Old 11. My goodness. What a swap. What a time. The Bloodseeker really wasn't expecting that. Bloodseeker thought he might be able to posture around with the rupture maybe, but XXX faster on the fingers. Swaps him back. He knows that the Scream of Pain after Orchid and everything will be more than enough. Even drop down the Sonic Wave to make sure. And this Pudge playing support, but tense Flesh Heap stacks is no slouch. Has a lot of HP. Actually, how many heroes in this game have more HP than the Pudge? I'd be willing to bet 0. Okay, there's 2. 2 so far. And that's it. Just those 2. And interestingly enough, those self-same 2 heroes are now inside the Roshan pit. Hollering at the big man, trying to bring him down as quickly as possible. Monet obviously wants to get the Daedalus as soon as humanly possible. But an Aegis to cover you while you're farming that item would not go amiss at all. Thank you kindly. Give me Aegis or give me death. Now they have some real problems on the side of Vici. Not like they didn't have these issues already. But because of the fact that Ori only now gets this Aghanim Scepter, he's getting the Aghanim Scepter after Manta on the Medusa, after Aghanims on Vengeful Spirit, and crucially after BKB on the Queen of Pain. So that Resonant Pulse Silence isn't going to offer nearly as much as it should in these fights. Blood Right's not going to offer nearly as much. And crucially, the Anti-Mage... Who do you Mana Void? The big Mana Void target, the Queen of Pain, is going to have this BKB protecting her. Now Team Asta feels strong enough almost to just 8-click the ground forward and sort of dare Vici Gaming to fight them. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're coming up the hill right now. They're like, what's up, fam? Pull through. Pull through. Vici will oblige them with PYW showing up. But unfortunately, they can't swap him back for too much time. It's going to be a rupture now thrown out onto XXX. But what a hook onto Old 11 with the Dismember from Borax. Enables them to kill Old 11. Swap back from the XXX illusion onto PYW. Not a bigger deal when you lose your Venge because you still have him. And they're just going to end the game, Team Asta. They feel like Vici Gaming's timing is so much later than theirs that they're like, well, it's going to take so long until Poyoyo can do anything against us. He's trying to split push right now. But with this creep wave back in, looks like it'll be a lane of Rax. Monet grabbing this one. Sinister Gaze out onto the Void Spirit. He gets dismembered and then Sonic Wave down. That is going to be a death on the Void Spirit. Poyoyo does get the tier 3 tower down bottom though. That is really, really impressive. Honestly, I'm very impressed. Monet getting jumped on by PYW. Swashbuckle away. Avoiding the hook. Nope. Gonna get dragged into it. No way to escape. Monet gets jumped on by Poyoyo, who throws in the Mana Void. It doesn't end up killing anyone except for the Lich here. And he's gonna end up dying himself. But Old 11 might clean up house thereafter. They managed to bring down Borax, but very hefty trade for those supports. They take away the Aegis. I suppose that is going to be 2.5 minutes of no Aegis for Medusa. Probably not worth the life of the Anti-Mage, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
You got lucky with the counter spell, triggering at the same moment as the Chain Frost bounces back, but, you know, still lucky. You don't want to be relying on luck the entire time. Middle, we see XXX swapping back DY. Blood Right will try to cover him, but White Album will just pop BKB, not concerned about the silence. Immediate buyback emerging from DY. Can he get back to defend in time? XXX dragged back in, will lose his life. Still has the illusion up. So sort of force a BKB charge out of Old 11. Lol. Lol. That's hilarious. Swap back, old 11 into where Monet and the gang are. And there's a lot of damage. There was a save from DY, but look at this Rolling Thunder from PYW. It's gonna help them to take out White Album. That's huge. PYW still gets right-clicked down by the Medusa because Monet is just godlike right now. Actually is unstoppable. Look how much right-click damage emerges from the Medusa. Buyback on the Queen of Pain. They want to try and end this game right now. Poyo though, jumping in. They find Monet. They burst Monet. That's why you pick Anti-Mage into Medusa. Despite the fact that Medusa is thousands of gold ahead of him, if she ever runs out of mana, 1 mana void, whew, that was massive. And this game is still on. Vici, they lost the early lane of Rax, but they mount a massive defense in the lane middle. Not a free defense by any stretch of the imagination. Buybacks were expended, but the reward definitely well worth it at the end of the day. I don't know if any of you play Mass Effect, especially Mass Effect 2. Any of you ever did the Jacob romance? Not that situation was, there's a lot of danger, Shepard, a lot of risk. But the prize. That prize. And the thing is, Medusa is aware that she's actually, weirdly enough, on a timer. If they ever get to a point where Anti-Mage feels able to stick around for a fight. Oh, Anti-Mage, speaking of, gonna find himself dying here. Tried to use a counter spell to avoid Dismember. Nothing doing. Sorry, my friend. It's a 4-hero gank. No survival for you. Let's see what Team Asla can do with this timing. But they are on this Anti-Mage timer. As long as it's possible for them to still kill Anti-Mage like that, this game is super comfortable for Team Asta. Literally the moment they can't, everything changes. That's why he's building Eye of Skadi. The additional tankiness will help in that regard. Vici. Will they be able to defend this? Can they hold this base? 30 seconds, no anti-mage. They'll end up popping the cliff. Oh, swap back. DY in danger. There's going to be a blood right drop. Easy kill. That's a dieback on him as well. Old 11 helps to kill the Venge, but remember, Venge Illusion still very much active. It swaps back Old 11. At the same time, though, Ori and PYW, they jump on and kill this Queen of Pain. And Medusa actually has to worry. Stone Gaze popped by her. She needs to be able to escape. Ori wants to jump in. Yule's up. Is there an Aether Remnant? Yes, there is. It's only going to catch onto the Void Illusion, though. As Vengeful Spirit knows that if he doesn't do that, most likely it's a Medusa death with Anti-Mage respawning. They get the big prize. Melee Rax picked up. Sure, it cost the life of the Queen of Pain, but who the hell cares? Yo. Pulling through. Has a really hard game ahead of him. They have 2 lanes of Rax to defend against. 2 lanes of super creeps. But surprisingly, the Void Spirit and the Anti-Mage both ahead of the Queen of Pain in net worth. It's only this Medusa that's carrying the game at present for the side of Team Aster. Smoke up from Vici. If Vici can find a fight while this Queen of Pain is dead, this could be huge. This could be so big. Ori, will he get there on the high ground? Who does he find? Who do they get to first? Oh no, they caught Monet. Monet, this is the big target. XXX tries to save him. They get off the Stone Gaze as well. PYW with the Rolling Thunder in through the fight. White Album just respawn, throws in a Sonic Wave. It catches absolutely everyone on the high ground. 3 heroes melt instantly. A double kill for White Album. And Ori with the double damage rune forced to flee away. Yes, they got the Vengeful Spirit, but what a swap back to save Medusa and give her time to activate the Stone Gaze. Is still a buyback available on Anti-Mage? Lol, DY, what a player, dude. Gets swapped back by the Venge Illusion, but has the presence of mind to activate a smoke. knowing full well that with the smoke activation, it does prevent any kind of catch forward from that illusion. Is Lanham gonna die off the demonic purge? Let's see. Nice one. Mid lane or in the river, we have Roshan now being approached, and they should be able to take it quite easily. Vici Gaming, if they were able to find a clean initiation onto that high ground, would have been a very different fight, but sadly, doesn't end up being the case. Now Monet has another Aegis. They gave the Aghanim shot towards this Medusa as well, so we have the cold-blooded buff too. Looking like all the world that Vici Gaming are just not going to be able to deal with this Medusa. The Pudge, I mean, technically, yeah, the Pudge does outscale the AM, but it's a very technical thing. With the BKB is going to make a huge difference. Honestly, they can deal with Pudge. Pudge is not like, Pudge is a problem. But for me, the problem is XXX. This Vengeful Spirit's been doing a bit too much this game. Although now that they do have BKB on this Pudge with Blink Dagger, it becomes very difficult to see how they win fights if Pudge is alive. Also difficult to see how they kill this Pudge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Bottom lane.
is under attack.
Monet sieging on this. They can't allow this to get all the way to the base. If they get megaed, Vici can't do it. It's still possible with 2 lanes of super creeps, weirdly enough. As, will they get the kill onto XXX? Not just yet. He gets saved by Borax. Old 11. Sonic Wave back, so he has to flee and run away. UIW in the meantime with the Rolling Thunder on. This spell is also pretty stupid, I'll be honest. I don't like it. The Dismember Shot. It feels a bit too good for saving heroes for free. Meantime, fight breaking in. Big usage of the Resonant Pots onto everybody. Poyoyo tried with the Mana Void, but Monet still had enough in reserve, so we'll be surviving this. 1 minute until they have the Mana Void again. But yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to do this, honestly. To me, this feels pretty dumb to me, if I'm honest. Disruption, I understand. But I can pick up a hero, move them around for free. Pretty dumb. I don't like those kind of mechanics. Monet. Now that they have demonstrated that they can go with this Blink Eat from the Dismember, that's how they're going to keep saving this Medusa. They get the quick burst onto XXX here. Monet still in the fray. BKB popped now. Stone Gaze utilized. DY will save Old 11 for a moment. Old 11 will pop his own BKB as Borax jumps in with the Pudge, looking for a catch onto Poyoyo. Not going to be able to find him. And PYW also jumps back to the base, but Old 11 not so lucky. Ends up losing his own life. PYW in now with the Rolling Thunder. They found this Medusa. This is going to be the first Aegis life, and she's already popped the Stone Gaze and BKB. Dangerous place to be. Rolling Thunder connects again onto Lanem. The Lich is gone, and Monet potentially isolated. They swap back though with XXX into the Bloodrite. The Vengeful Spirit illusion doing its work. Ori though trying to chase onto Monet. Poyoyo jumps off to this anti-mage. Bloodrite dropped down onto the ground. They have to flee the fight. Be very careful about how they approach this. DY is throwing in poison. They get a disruption out. Gonna give them a Medusa illusion. This is pretty big. Jump in. Borax saves the life of the Medusa and a huge Sonic Wave over absolutely everybody. But an even bigger Mana Void from Poyoyo. Medusa is gone. Queen of Pain is also gonna get taken out. Vici Gaming. They need to buy back on the Bloodseeker, but they manage to hold the high ground. They get the kills onto Medusa. And a full team wipe. Vici, Vici, Vici. Alright. What a guy. What a guy. Anti-mage, what a guy. Ori. Yo, Ori does not want to lose this game. Ori told the homies, like, listen, y'all can do what you want. I'm winning. That's what's happening here. Oh, Vici. Look where they are right now. There's no buyback on this Medusa, nor is there any way for the Queen of Pain to buy back and get massive amounts of kills by herself. And you know what's really scary? You know what's really scary? Poyoyo didn't die that fight. Terrifying. Terrifying. The longer he goes not dying, the more and more what we saw in that engagement, in that hold, becomes possible fight after fight. And there's a reason why Vici, despite losing these racks so early on, haven't GG'd out and are still playing aggressively for the most part. Although, huge Sinister Gaze. They catch the Anti-Mage. Do they have enough to kill him? Dismembers there as well. Poyoyo being dragged in, but got off the Ghost Scepter. Manta dodges the Stifling Dagger coming in from the Queen of Pain. Or the Shadow Strike, rather. Able to escape away to the north. Void Spirit easily able to make his way from the fight as well. Whew. Vici. It's a 2k gold lead right now for the side of Team Asta. Old 11 is catching up to the Quap's position. Old 11's actually going to have Manta style soon. This is pretty huge. Because then you no longer have to pop BKB to avoid getting silenced by this Bloodthorn. And it means it becomes a little bit more difficult for XXX to suss out which Bloodseeker to swap. They also just picked up a Heaven's Halberd for this Pangolier. Given that Medusa is the only real right-click threat, look at the build-up from this Queen of Pain. Much more focus around the magic damage rather than right-click. So if Dusa is halberded, can present some problems. She still has a fairly long duration BKB. And now Avenge also has a BKB of their own, so still a long way back for Vici Gaming, but the seeds of a comeback have been planted. The only question is, can they nurture that growth? Gotta love Dota 2, y'all. Medusa, she is level 25, so she did get the split shot modifier talent. So she is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But that's also why the Halberd is even better. If they can just prevent her from even being able to utilize right clicks in that fashion, it extends their chances of winning a lot further forward for the side of Vici. How far is Dusa from? Oh, she does actually have Skadi. Gonna go for the Hurricane Pike next. So there's only one Skadi in this game, and that Skadi's on Anti-Mage? Dude, that's huge. The fact that the only Skadi is on the AM versus the Dusa, that's pretty big. Pretty big. He's building into a Basher now for himself. Obviously has to save for buyback. The only real core in the game that has access to it. Monet is almost finished farming it back up, though. What's crazy about the AM versus Medusa matchup is even if Medusa is insanely far ahead, as she is right now, 7k gold up in terms of net worth, still not full safety for her. Literally any given fight could wind up in a situation where she loses her life anyway. Although, God, her illusions are so strong. Roshan, everyone wants to play around this area. Queen of Pain. Border Hex, so there's no buyback available. If she dies here, she can't come back into the fray. PYW gonna end up popping the White Album Smoke. Gets hexed. Will be the first one targeted. Will he die? Yes, he will. Not just yet. Gets brought down. Does have buyback. Although, Ori, you don't have buyback, my friend. Why did you jump down? You fool. Oh, my God. Ori. That was a massive mistake. I actually can't believe Ori did that. I'm very surprised. Like, what did he think was gonna happen there? He doesn't have BKB. Doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere. No Aeon Disc. Like, you go into that river next to Pango, you're going to die, my friend. Oh boy. Oh boy. 4 minutes. Dude, just buy back Pango. What are you doing? Yeah, there we go. They need to make it seem like they still have the buyback available for Ori, but they're just loath to use it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very, very difficult farce. Can they pull it off? Monet, undeterred, will just come up onto the high ground here. PYW, rolling thunder forward. All right, they've now revealed that there's definitely no access to the Void Spirit here. Shadow Demon with the Demonic Purge out, but look at this. They caught the Sinister Gaze onto AM. Hoyoyo will die, does buy back. What can he do though upon his return? Because Monet is still at full mana effectively on this Medusa. She's tanking some right clicks, but she gets off the Stone Gaze before it gets really into a terrible position. PYW did his best with the Rolling Thunder, but there's only so much you can do. Now it's a dieback on the Pango. Swap back onto DY. Death for the Shadow Demon. He does have buyback though. Will do so as soon as they come back with the Void Spirit or not. Vici realize it's done. They realize it's over. GG, well played is called, and Vici Gaming will give up the Ghost. Team Master secures game number 1. Ugh. Can't believe Ori lost them that game like that. Good game from Team Master though. Real talk, all of this victory came from the early game. The impact that Borax and Monet had on the top lane, my god. My god, my god. They just did the most. Borax just did the most in this game. And his doing the most, you know, we've seen from, say, for example, from IG, how whenever your mid laner is doing really badly and requires a lot of additional assistance to help him in the game, then it can lead into situations where the whole team ends up giving up advantages in other places on the map. This is sort of the inverse. What happens when your support player is playing so well that he wins pretty much 2 lanes for you, and the 1 lane he doesn't win for you, you drew even anyway on White Album. Borax, geez, this was such a good performance from this Borax Pudge. Did everything for his team, showed up to every single lane. I feel like the first 4, like, look at this, right? Look at these first 10 minutes. Look at the score. 3-1 and 4, dude, in 10 minutes as a Pudge. Are you kidding me? What a blistering start. Makes life extremely easy for this Medusa. I mean, Monet had the time of his life. Just got to do absolutely whatever the hell he wanted for so long in this game. Because of the impact of Borax, Anti-Mage was forced into a position where he spent so much of this game farming, not feeling safe anywhere on the map. Hell, even this Void Spirit at some point started feeling like it's actually a bad look for me to get forward in the fight because it's probably a dismember. The target I want is probably going to get hooked back to safety. This was... And of course, XXX Venge. Yo, this is why PSG LGD pick it. I started seeing this personally before PSG LGD. A team called Cascade Esports months and months ago used to play this offlane Venge every other game with this exact same build. I'm kind of surprised it's taken the whole world so long to notice, but good God, is it effective. And when it's effective like this, gets it super early on, basically uncontested. The lane they had down bottom was also super strong. And you know why it was strong? Borax. Magic Missile into Hook, Magic Missile into Rot, enabled XXX to get a super early Aghanim Scepter. And from the early Ags, you can progress into a much better game. Like... Team Master. They make it work. See, sires, I told you, relax. People try new stuff. Now they know it works. Now they're aware that they can get this going. I am quite impressed. I also have bad news. Y'all. I also have bad news. Check this out. So. What the hell? Where's all that noise coming from? Anyway, so I have bad news, y'all. Check this out. unfortunately, I'm doing this for free, right? In the sense that I am not being paid by anybody to bring y'all the games. I love doing it. I really enjoy doing it. It's the best thing. Don't want to spend my Sunday any other way. But when you agree to paid work, that does mean that that takes priority. And I have to go do a Street Fighter and Tekken event in about like 15 minutes. The earlier series today, early in the morning, took longer than expected. So the grand finals got delayed, which means that we're delayed now. It all sucks. The unfortunate reality of that situation is that, yeah, I'm gonna have to dip, y'all. It's not great. We don't like it, but what I'll do is that I'll just end up hosting the channel that I'm going to be ending up on. So yeah. Unfortunately though, that's the end of the road in Dota for the day. What I'm going to do as well though, there's two things that I think you can keep track of. Those of you who are like Snare fans, not just like iLeague fans. I'm going to be doing the Tekken and Street Fighter now. I'll host it on the channel so that y'all do know and are aware of what's happening. Also, I don't know if y'all are aware of that esports.gg website. I'm going to be doing the write-up of the finals afterwards. So I'm going to do a write-up, talk about what happened. You know, depending on when the Street Fighter ends, I might come back in time, but I doubt it. But I'm going to also be doing a write-up over there, so you'll still be able to get my thoughts on the game. Just, it won't be live, unfortunately, because I got to go to work. Got to go earn that money. I mean, you know, shout out to my bosses who are chilling in stream right here. R2YJ, you know, got Low and Zan. You know, Sora's out here. Got some of my bosses are in the stream hanging out. Hey, Swaggy's also here. So y'all do help pay the bills. Don't get me wrong. Y'all subscriptions make a big difference. But I've already agreed for this work. I've been contracted for it, so I can't avoid it, unfortunately. But wait, is DK streaming? He's not. Hey, hi to y'all. It looks like if you're not watching me now do Street Fighter Tekken, you're gonna have to watch the rest of the games on Beyond the Summit. It is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. Thanks for joining me though for the day. It's been hype. It's been fun. It's been pretty based. Let me just give y'all your channel points. I do think, based on what we've seen, it looks like Team Master is starting to warm up. Before the finals, I was saying that Vici is in trouble because they didn't look that impressive earlier today versus IG, and Team Masters looked really good. And Team Master looked really good when they beat Vici yesterday. That game one, I thought they were experimenting with the draft, but looked like it was less of an experiment and more of a proof of concept because they swap out some things, they keep the Pudge, they give away Pango Bloodseeker, and they beat it. So this gives a very strong draft advantage to Team Master going into Game 3. So Game 3 is obviously the one that gives whichever winning team tournament points. But yeah, unfortunately, I will not be around to give you that action. Thank you though for hanging out with me. Shout out to y'all for being out here in chat. Like I said again, Tekken is pretty sick, Sora. Tekken is pretty sick. And like I said, I will be hosting that channel. So if y'all want to actually engage with me on Tekken and or Street Fighter, you know, literally just stick around on the stream. And as soon as the other channel goes live, I'll host it on the side. But for now, unfortunately, it is going to be closed out from me. Really do appreciate the time that you all have spent with me today. Appreciate the subs. I appreciate the bits. Appreciate the chat. Appreciate the follows. And please follow me on Twitter as well. Yeah, do the right thing. Yeah, all of that stuff helps. It makes a difference. Appreciate the encouragement too. Yeah, because it would also have been quite easy for y'all to just lurk hard, chill, and talk about the game, but not really talk about the person. So I appreciate the personal interaction too. It really does make a huge, huge difference. Thank you all. I'll see y'all on the flip side for FIFA. Not FIFA. I'm not doing FIFA. Yeah. FIFA's finished, at least until September. It is September. Oh my god. Why do I do so many games? Can't I just stick to Dota? Anyway, so there's no FIFA today. Dota, unfortunately, I have to leave. But if you're a Street Fighter or Tekken fan, stick around. You're going to be entertained. And I'll see y'all on the flip side. Thank you so much. I love y'all. See you just now for those. See you probably tomorrow for Dota. And I will see you all on the internet, on the wild side. Peace out. Love y'all. Bye-bye.